Good evening, Vacaville. Welcome to the January 10th, 2023 council meeting, first of the year. With that, can we begin with a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Ritchie.
Here.
Silva.
Here.
Chapman.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Stockton.
Here.
Mayor Chair Roulette.
John Carley here. That's okay. Here we go.
Mayor Chair Carley.
I'm here. With that, will you stand with me for a moment of silence? Councilmember Robert.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you all. For those of you who may not have received an agenda, I believe there's more printed in the back foyer, so there'll be more available to you. With that, we'll go to item 2, approval of the agenda.
Motion approved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So let's go to the approval of the minutes.
Motion approved the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving right along. It looks like we have no presentations, so to item 6, consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull any item from the consent agenda?
That one.
All right.
Elmira and Jepson Parkway. It's currently owned by the Catholic Diocese of Sacramento. And let's be honest, I don't think they're ever going to be able to raise enough revenue to build a comprehensive high school. That would also be a great place for a senior center. The thing about those sites, they geographically fit our growth areas because other than Lagoon Valley, LV, there's no growth in anybody else's district except for those 3. So sometimes people come up here and they're not specific about the ask. And it's a communication style. I'm very specific about the ask. Either after the business from the floor, or if it's more appropriate during council comments, I'd like one of you to take the initiative and make the following motion. Respectfully through the chair, I make the motion we add an agenda item to a future council meeting authorizing the city staff to perform comparative analysis, feasibility of locating a senior center pool in one of the identified areas from business from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the council?
Hi, I live on North Leisure Town Road. I'm tired. I live in a country property. We have a 45-mile-per-hour limit, but people drive like they're on the highway there. They race through our street as a back road to get to the freeway. And 2 of my neighbors have had their dogs killed by people speeding. About 10 p.m. every night, somebody comes down and burns rubber down our street. It's like clockwork every night, 10 o'clock p.m. They're racing up our street there. And we have dirt bikes go down our street at night. It's like kind of out of control. Anyway, and it's gotten worse in the last few years. And any of us that have kids, we don't allow them to play in the front yard because of that. My husband and I just put a nice fence up to kind of keep our kids away from the street because people are just speeding like crazy. And I know in the North Village expansion project, there's been talks about closing our street down, making it a dead end, and then making the entrance to that project on the Midway side. And I'm asking that you guys would listen to my request to please close down our street. And I'm speaking on behalf of a few of my neighbors as well that feel the same way. And we didn't come to the North Village meetings because that's not about our area that we live in. We live in the country, the backside of the subdivision. So we missed that whole meeting, but I wanted to express my concerns about the speeding. And we want the street closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm her husband. And I'm just here for another vote
to close down the road. And what she's saying with the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit through there and not being followed, that's for most people. And I mean, people have gone as far as putting mannequins out in front of their house to try and get people to slow down. And I don't think it's fair to just try and lean on law enforcement. You see cops down at the ends of the street sometimes to try and catch speeders, but to rely on that all the time is just, it's not right. It's unfair. It's not practical to ask for that all the time. So we did see in the plans that was one of the ideas, was to close down the road. We're a little bit excited about that, but we've also heard recently that may not be the plan anymore. So if we're voting, we would vote yes, please close the road down there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, close it. We're going to move on to, looks like there is no public hearings tonight, so from business, 9A. What I'd like to do is really just introduce that there's a lot of people in this room that are likely going to want to discuss what this is. We're going to go through a presentation, and myself and the city manager have had several conversations about what's the best process. And also the takeaway from this is we have been given an exercise as council, which has been a very arduous one because there's probably over 1,000 pages to review. And so, but with that, I'll turn that over to you, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item for you tonight under business is allocating funds for nonprofits from ARPA. We have Amber Colden from our Housing and Community Services Department with a brief overview, which will then refer back to council to walk you through your scoring of these particular applications. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tamara.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight's presentation pertains to the nonprofit grant program. For some background, the city received funding for the program as part of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 that was signed by President Biden on March 11, 2021. The city was allocated in excess of $12,500,000 to aid in their recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Of the funding received, Council allocated $1.265 million to fund the nonprofit grant program. A request for proposals for the nonprofit grant program was released on October 3rd of 2022 and closed on October 24th of 2022. On November 15th, 2022, Council directed staff to return to a future council meeting so that council could provide feedback on the applications received. Subsequently, it came to staff's attention that one application was accidentally left out of the initial list provided to council. That application was provided for your review and has been added to the list being projected tonight. The total funding request for the 15 applications received is $5,849,151. With that, we are happy to answer any questions that you may have and receive feedback on the applications that you have reviewed.
So one of the things that I've been in discussions with the city manager is what is a good process to follow? Obviously, in the staff report, just so you all are aware of here and also to the audience, is the process to get to this. We really appreciate all the work for those who have acted on behalf of the community and the nonprofits to submit the proposals and go through this process. But with that, what we're going to do is within this next steps, City Manager, if you've got any other comments that you want to make before I open it up to the public?
Well, I think just for everyone's benefit, what we're hoping to do tonight at the very least is to have council give their individual recommendations for the dollar amount tonight, and we will keep track of that, okay? And so that way everybody knows what has been put out there, and then we'll turn it back to council for conversation about next steps.
So with that, what I'd like to do is open it up to the floor if anyone wants to come forward.
group that have applied for funding from your grant. We represent today 1,100 disabled veterans right here inside that veterans building right across the street. But I should point out to you that there's a lot of other veterans out there that we can and will help if we get funding to do that. You should know that there's 7% of California residents are veterans. You should also know that 37,000 veterans live in Solano County. I'm going to break that down to point out that there's 8,900 veterans right here in Vacaville. And of those 8,900 veterans, you've got at least 3,200 of them that are disabled, that have varying degrees of disability, all rated by the Veterans Administration. It's our job to serve those veterans. Whether they're disabled or not, we are there to help them get through life as best we can. So we're here tonight to ask you for a lousy, measly $12,000 to help us get through the next 18 months. I'm here to answer questions. I'm not here to spend a lot of your time. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I'll go sit down. No questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick question.
Okay, sorry. Yeah.
I don't want him to have to come. Sir, I just want to clarify, there are multiple groups run by veterans, local veterans, that assist veterans, correct? There are other, all right,
Groups right across the street.
okay.
Each one of the groups are formed and chartered by Congress to do different things.
Yes,
And our group, chartered by Congress back around World War I, is designed to primarily help disabled veterans and their families.
thank you.
Does that help clarify?
Yes, I needed that to come
I'm
back.
sorry?
I needed that to come back to, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Come on down.
Hi. Ooh. My name's Krista Poe. I'm with Team Vacaville. We are one of the organizations that are asking to be considered for the funding. Whatever you choose to do, to be honest, you're picking amazing organizations to support in order to do something good for the community. I'm very grateful for that. But I would like to also be a little bit mindful of the fact that when we all applied for the grant, there's a time constraint on it that was initially supposed to start in December of 2022. And every month and every meeting that ticks by, we're actually losing opportunity to provide whatever it is that the money is supposed to provide. So please, in the effort of creating this opportunity for the organizations, you're minimizing what that opportunity looks like by actually taking more time and more time and more time. As an organization, we create our budgets every January. So we right now are looking at what we're doing for all of 2023. And in doing that, I don't even know if I have any money to spend since our fundraising has been directly impacted by COVID. So I'm looking out and I don't even know what my own future looks like. And I have people that are depending on me. So it's really important for you guys to take that into consideration when you're feeling some sort of expeditious manner of decision making. But thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you. Come on up.
John Bird, Vacaville. I didn't plan on this, but I do want to support the DAV. My dad had what was a insignificant injury in World War II in Italy. As he got old, or as he aged, I should say, those injuries, it became worse, and eventually it was 100%. The DAV was always there for the old man. He deserved it. So I hope that you'll give him that and then more. Thank you.
Hi, My name is Angelica Vargas, and I am a special needs teacher, special needs nanny, and special needs therapist for kids on the spectrum. So this is my world. I also represent Team Vacaville. That is my fourth job, but my fourth job that I don't get paid for. But I do it anyways on restless nights where I'm up till 1 a.m. because the amount of time and effort that goes into these events is nothing compared to the joy when you see a special needs child conquer something that would never be possible outside of their normal lives. Parents fear taking their special needs child out into the community sometimes, and they never get to experience things like going to a movie, things you've probably taken your children to thousands of times. So we work really hard to put these events on and create these opportunities in the community. Also, so it opens our community's eyes up to how wonderful, gracious, and joy-loving these children are. So I just wanted to come down and kind of share why we're asking for this money and what that feeling in the end creates and amounts to. Because it's a dollar amount on paper, but it's an incredulous amount in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'm going to close comments from the floor and bring it back to the council. And before we step into this next phase of this agenda item, I want to just bring up a discussion and an idea to the council. I know that we're all going to share either like a dollar amount and speaking as to why, and it will be collected. I do want to commend the prior council and staff in the past for the work being done to allocate the ARPA funds. There's a lot of allocations. This is just one subset of that, focusing specifically on nonprofit. The city was not compelled to do that, but the prior council committed those funds to it. And as I step into this council, not myself, but you as well, we inherit this decision from the past to focus on the ARPA funds and the recovery. One of the comments that I would also make in my observations, and as each individual council member goes through their process, they're welcome to share how you come about some of your decision-making process so the public understands. I think it's also fair for the public to understand that there may be different viewpoints as to how money is supposed to be spent. ARPA funds is really for the recovery during the pandemic. And so a lot of this can be the basis for it. And there's lengthy documentation with the Department of Treasury on what that looks like. And so in doing so, you're asking staff to put forward a process, which is like a rubric. And so the rubric is a process to rank. But how do we get to a decision on what we feel individually as council members to come up with that kind of funding that will support the local nonprofits? Not necessarily that the order represents the value of an organization, but simply how it fits within this purpose. So one of the things I would like to recommend to the council is, instead of trying to ask staff tonight to absorb all this and somehow come back into a process to get us to some final, at least give it back to a subcommittee working with staff within maybe this next council meeting period, if there are other members of the council that would agree that this might be an idea, so that we can collect it, we can analyze it, but what we can do is we can take the input and the assessment from each of us and then collect the actual tallies, and so that can go through a process. And maybe in the next few weeks, a subcommittee of maybe 3 of us and work together with staff to bring something to the next council meeting, if that's possible. Any thoughts on that, Mr. City Manager?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think, the concept definitely streamlines the issue tonight, and then definitely puts it back in the hands of the council to discuss what's important. But the idea of allowing every council member here tonight to share publicly your recommendations based on your review of the applications definitely is important for the exercise. Admittedly, this is something that we were wrestling with for a while in terms of how to take all this information and put it in summary form for you to have a more detailed discussion. If the council's amenable to the idea, we can certainly make sure that everybody hears the council's recommendations on an individual basis, and then get that to the subcommittee if that's approved, and then bring that back as quickly as we can, with everyone having the opportunity to see the recommendations that go before the council for final consideration. So if that's, something that you all want to discuss further, we can do that now, or we can go forward and take your each council member's individual recommendations at this time, and you can see what, we have at your discretion to work with.
Any thoughts from the council on the procedure here, or you want to make a comment now, or we can move into the process of Councilmember Chapman?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's great to see so many of you in the audience this evening. I would like to, first of all, I like the comments that have been made by our mayor and the city manager. I do believe that there is a need for a process to be put in place. And especially there's the possibility that we may have additional grants to come before the council, and we can have a process in place when that occurs. I would just like to share that when I assessed all of the applications, I created a spreadsheet. And I took all of the key elements, the criteria that was included with the application, and made an individual column for each. And then I ranked each of the applications accordingly. From that, I paid close attention to the longevity, how long an applicant has been in the community, whether or not this was, the funds would be an enhancement or a implementation sort of grant fund for them in order to begin a project. My preference and understanding was that we would work with the nonprofits in the community that have been able to demonstrate how and would also be accountable, have language in which we could actually assess how successful they are in administering services to the residents or the children or whoever it is they're supplying the grant, requesting the money for. With that, I have to state that many of these I was familiar with, but I didn't use my personal prejudices in awarding the funds. I looked at the needs, plural, of the youth and the residents of Vacaville. And so I think that pretty much gives you an idea of my perspective and the angle I took in ranking and making a suggested amount that didn't print off of my final copy of awarding these funds. So again, thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate Councilwoman Chapman's comments. He very elegantly said what I was going to say. I just want to get to the point. Time is money. Let's get it started. Let's do it. I think, right, let's get it going. Let's hear her thoughts. I really echo what she said. I had a very simple way to do it, analyze it too. First, nonprofit organizations need to have existence prior to January 1st. Be eligible to request funding, in my opinion, in general. Yet be working and serving the community is the backbone before the pandemic started. If that wasn't there, then that's a non-starter for me. Number two, subject nonprofit needed to be actively assisting a certain City of Vacaville residents prior to the official start and became financially and structurally stressed during the prolonged pandemic. So if you can't meet those two barriers of entry, you can't get in the game. So I think we should start the process and let's get it going.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Just not to almost been forever on this, ditto.
Councilmember Wiley.
I was just thinking about, you suggested about the subcommittee, and do we hope to bring this back to the next council meeting and be able to make a decision? Because I agree with the comments from Team Vacaville. It is difficult with not knowing what the money's going to be in. So I would hope that if tonight we go through all of our information, we'll have to see how far apart or close together people are. And then hopefully we can, narrow things down. But I'm a little hesitant to have, just 3 people doing that, but it'll depend on how it goes tonight and where we are.
And maybe as we go through this, we can get through it and then come back to have that conversation, see how we feel about what that looks like.
Right.
That's a good point. Vice Mayor Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Great comments from everyone so far. Thank you. The other factor that I think is important to consider is how much money have we previously given to some of these charities to be analyzed as well. Looking at this, there were some pretty moderate requests, $100,000 or less. I wouldn't be opposed to maybe supporting those today. But as you get past the $100,000 mark, it's pretty significant, the asks with the remaining money. Like we heard from the gentleman in the back, I mean, he's asking for $12,000. I don't think there's a single one of us up here today that I can think of that would be against his cause and his reasonable ask. And I think many of these are very reasonable and have been active in our community for a long time. So I would be okay with that. But I do think that the asks that are in abundance of, 100,000 or 103,000, however you want to draw that line, we need to look at what we've given them before, in addition to what the comments that my colleagues.
Thank you. So with that, we can go ahead and go through a process of evaluation. Again, we were asked to do this from a scoring and a ranking, but the truth is as we go down the line here, what we can do is simply speak to what those recommendations were, because again, it becomes a rubric exercise, just like anyone who's worked through an RFP. And so we can either go in order, or if anyone has an affinity to start first, we can jump to the microphone. I don't see any, then I'll turn that over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So appreciate the comments. And I think for ease of monitoring this, if we could go by district in order, starting with District 1, just for sake of, keeping track of things. And we will follow along with you as best as we can in terms of how you want to identify and I think what we're looking for is just strictly the dollar amount. We don't need to get into the rubric in terms of the, how they met those weighted variables, if you will. So really just the dollar amount. If you choose to call them out identify them by name, or simply the order that, we have here shown on the screen, that's another way of doing it. Or if you have your own methodology and you choose a different way, we will do our best to keep up with you. But if that works for the council, we'll simply go by district, starting with the Vice Mayor in District 1. And you can just tell us how you allocate the monies, and we'll keep track of that down the list for all 7 of you.
So without the information, I think it's unfair for me to rank them today, and with the information that I have. I think that I need to know how much money we've given some of these clubs before I can say whether or not they should be prioritized for getting the most important look at getting some of these additional funds. So I know that doesn't help you, sir, but I do think that that is the right way to do it, and that information. Again, I'm comfortable with the ones that are under 103,000, approving those today. I think they're all important. But the rest of them, I think we need additional conversation.
Does it satisfy can you tally that up? You want to comment? Because basically what I'm hearing from that is you're making an assessment based upon what's on this agenda and then what's on this list. So if I understand that right, then it's everything that's under 103. But you're not necessarily identifying all of the different ones. So any other comments?
No.
Okay.
So with that, we'll move on to District 2 and Councilmember Ritchie.
All right. Either I sound very old or back to like Barry Manilow. Okay, so it's doing this list and doing the kind of the ranking and points. It's one of those things where I kind of I use my current profession. One of my gifts is I think I'm the only member here that is a self-employed professional or run my business. I manage balance sheets and run cash flow analysis every single day I walk into my office. And so I looked at this as if, the use of funds, the positive use of funds, how they should be allocated, and realizing like, this isn't monopoly money. This is everyone here had benefited by paying taxes to the federal government. Now they're giving it back to its form of ARPA. So I was very constant aware that a lot of these numbers get really big and people just throw it around, but every dollar counts. And I made sure that I constantly was aware of that. Here goes my voice. So in the ranking system, I've already kind of had my 2 variables. How long you've been serving the city of Vacaville. Essentially, were you here prior to COVID starting, and kind of the value of how many residents you serve and the whole implication of that through the rankings we have. First on my list is actually Vacaville United Soccer Club. They asked for $186,750. So I kind of have a little bit of a variance to which I discussed with CM and then Roy kind of hit on a little bit. When the number got above 100,000, I had a little hard time. At 1.2 million, my hand was exploded kind of the last few days. Like, it's kind of like there's a bag of candy and everybody just got excited. $1.2 million is what we told people we had. We got $5.8 million of requests. It's crazy. It's crazy. Everyone in the house is really saying, not being like, fiscally responsible. We can't do that. I mean, we got to make sure we all play in the sandbox. And like, you can't ask for more than we have. That's why we get fiscal problems. So once we got under a certain number, I was really little. It was really hard for me to kind of figure out how to make it work. So they hit all the metrics for me. Time in the city, serving the community. At 186, I was comfortable saying 100 to 150. That little left over. Any company, any nonprofit that requests above 100,000, I want to have a hard number to kind of go for. Then I can then pivot off my fellow councilmen and women, figure out what they want to do to address it. So they went above 100,000. Initially, before we did the vote to raise it to $1 million per group, we were kind of had this number at 100, because doing the math, that would give us a 1.2. It made sense. So kind of, for me, I defaulted that in my head. It made fiscal sense to have 100,000 as a baseline for every institution or nonprofit. So I'm comfortable giving them, say, 150 to 100. If my council wants to give them more, the difference in 150 to 186 is some dollars. I think they deserve that. They serve an amazing amount of kids in the community. Their cooperation with Boys and Girls Club, PAL, and Vacaville Youth Soccer, the club, it's amazing what they do. If you've ever been out to Horse Creek, it's a zoo out there. So what they're doing, their athletics is amazing. So that's my thing. I say 150 to 100. We can contest that. Next is Vacaville Police Activity League, or PAL. They requested 216, just keeping the emotions out of it. Just business. They approached the $100,000 and above. So I default at 150. The time they serve, the kids they serve, the impact they do. My voice, I'll try to speak sparingly. I could talk forever about this organization. So what they do in the community is absolutely amazing. So I'd say find a way to make it even. It's just 150. Vacaville Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club, that was at $1 million, the requests. So that was one of the ones where I had to drink my stressed coffee and figure it out. What they do in the community is absolutely amazing. The people they serve, the time they served, time they've helped kids in the community, what they do throughout the country. But it'd be fiscally responsible for me to not let all boats rise together. Have one large boat and everybody else is drowned in the water. It's not the way it's supposed to work out. all organizations, all people should rise together. I'd rather have 5 or 10 boats rising up than one high, everybody's left to dry. So I default them 150. We can kind of contest the difference. 11 kids. They're $3,000 above my 100. So what they do, the time they've been in the community, what they serve at 3 locations here in Vacaville is amazing. I default to them at even number 100. There's a $3,000 difference. So 100, 150, we can grant them the full amount they want, but just kind of keep it 100 to 150. Vacaville Solano Services Corporation. Sorry. They hit both the 2 metrics very strongly. Nonprofit serves California, serves Vacaville. Length of time in the community, there's 20 plus years. It's absolutely amazing what they do. I can't afford to talk and tell you all the amazing things, but just maybe Colleen help me out later. But they asked for $313,000, so I default to 150. And I would love to entertain people to figure out. Okay. Go to the water. So Team Vacaville, they hit both on major matrix. Currently serving Vacaville, length of time. They asked for 40. They're below the 100,000. I mean, that's a no-brainer. So I would like to award them the 40,000. So disabled American veterans, chapter 84.
It's not water.
I wish, yeah, it is water. So it's, yeah. So bouncing off Councilman Silva's comments about the organizations, first and foremost, for every veteran that's in our community, in our county, our city, thanks for your service. It's amazing what you've done. My dad's a veteran. It's amazing for the opportunities. Like you came up, and I feel every time, not to be biased, but thank you for your service. You're why we're all here. So there is the VFW there, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion Post 165, DAV. There's the new organization for the United States Marine Corps. There's a lot of organizations that utilize that facility, serve our community. The number that they requested, 12 station, but I know the other organizations do have needs that through mishaps, I would like to serve their needs too through that one facility. So I would like to award them 60,000. On stage Vacaville, they hit the 2 matrix. Nonprofit serving Vacaville. Length of time, nonprofit has been serving Vacaville 23 plus years. So for me, they hit those 2 major metrics. What they do, the arts, it's absolutely amazing. Arts are sometimes like sports. Some people love football, hate basketball. Soccer's their sport, they hate tennis. I mean, it's like, for me, art's something that it absolutely serves the community and is amazing and vital for those who need it and crave it and find a passion in it. They're below 100, so for me, it was a no-brainer to allot them to 50,000. The next, Kaminar, they have both metrics, less time in the community. So their ask is pretty large at 501,000. So I defaulted to kind of a 10% ratio, if that. So I did 56,000 for them, due to just they scored a little lower on what they're doing in serving, and a little overlapping of organizations kind of serve the same groups. So I love to have that big conversation piece between my fellow councilmen and women about how I drive that number, but I would like to do 10% of that large ask. Visit Vacaville. They have both metrics. Serve in Vacaville, length of time, 18 years. Devil's in the details. I was looking for information, and I kind of had a lot out of my experience when I looked at one expense, 2 expenses for one purpose. It's like 35,000 for website design. So my God. So what they do is absolutely vital for our community. But that one number really was kind of hard for me to digest. So I actually wanted to award them 75,000. Either kind of reanalyze that, that's a big fee, and figure that out. But 75,000 towards Visit Vacaville. So this one gets a little harder, where it's kind of just business, not personal. The next organization we have is the Factory. They have 0 time serving Vacaville and 0 length of time in the community, so $0. Next is the Health Education Council. That's something that, same thing, that it's amazing what they're trying to do, what they have planned, but they weren't here during COVID. They weren't here through COVID. They weren't an organization registered in Vacaville, have no time spent, so essentially no dollars. Lions Center for Visually Impaired. Great idea what they're trying to do to help and serve, but the metrics is business. They have no experience in Vacaville. They don't serve the community prior to COVID, through COVID, at this point, but no money. Lucy's Tree of Life, same metrics. New organization. They're not currently for existence prior to COVID, through COVID. They didn't undergo fiscal and functional stress as a nonprofit. So no money. And that's it.
Councilmember Ritchie, there was one other one.
Which one? The ballet group. That's awesome.
Yeah, can we do that and come back to him since he has not, maybe give you a chance to review it?
Yeah.
You have a methodology, so.
Yeah. It's easy.
All right, we'll move on to Councilmember Silver.
All right. Echoing Councilmember Ritchie's comments about our veterans group, I know there's multiple groups. Actually had, for full transparency, I had conversations with a couple of our leaders. They're doing absolutely a lot of volunteer work, bringing our whole community together to serve not just Thanksgiving meals, but Christmas meals. They're helping address a lot of different issues with our mental health. I know there's still a lot of additional issues to help those who volunteer to be at the sacrifice and commit their lives on the line. You know, when I saw 12,000, I was like, what the hell happened? So just from multiple conversations, even me following up, I'm hoping to get council support just to allocate additional funds than the 12,000 to be distributed to other groups. And I think even me following up with some of the individuals, asking them, what the hell happened? Phenomenal event. Team Vacaville, 40,000. Great work, helping out with a lot of kids who definitely need it. And I know you guys need the support too, wherever you're at. On stage Vacaville, 50. Visit Vacaville, 75. Sorry, this is thousands. Sorry. 1,100, 103 is fine. 103,086. Number 6, Vacaville United Soccer Club. I'm proposing 80,000. But my caveat to that is we have a whole centennial plan going on. So I would like for whatever efforts, whatever that funding, so my request for council is whatever funding we allocate to them be collaborated with our centennial master plan, and maybe we can knock out some mutual aspect to that. But right now I'm putting out 80 for that, or suggesting 80, excuse me. Ballet company, I've been around for quite a while, had a good opportunity to attend their new session, understand the impact that they've had. But I'm going to support a reduced amount at 110,000. Or suggest, excuse me. Vacaville Police Activity Leagues. I want to support the total amount, $216,038. Just for the reason for that is they're expanding. We've already allocated funding to hire additional staff. They these different programs work collaboratively together. They need the vans to be able to transport the kids who typically don't have transportation to different opportunities. What I've seen happening lately is by far, the love and passion that actually they're all ladies that run it, that the ladies that run it, and their ability to connect to teenagers and have them believe in themselves, believe in their community, and how they can make a difference. It's absolutely, they got my heart. So, but part of that's being able to take a lot of these kids again that don't have opportunities to see different things in life and expose them to different trips, camping trips, different conferences throughout the nation. And I think those things are truly transformative. And they're like many groups, they're actually building some key leaders that we're going to need in the future. So that's some of the comments were to suggest why I'm hoping to have council support on that. Vacaville Solano Services Corporation. I think a lot of us know the great services that's absolutely essential the Opportunity House does. It's something that, really fits part of the effort that my vision entails is the ability to take someone who has a willingness to get out of homelessness, get them on track, get them the services and the skills that they need, and help them along their transition way. So the requests, I put 300,000 because I don't want to start adding numbers. Sorry. Or little numbers. Factory Foundation, along the lines with Councilmember Ritchie mentioned, suggesting zero. Kaminar, I read that there's a lot of work. I'm not familiar with you all. Had some conversation with the neighborhood. I encourage you to reach out to me, but for now I'm suggesting zero. 12, Health Education Council. So just as a reminder, councils approve a small amount of funds to bring Health Education Council together. They're currently collecting data from folks predominantly within the Markham neighborhood. My only concern with this one is that the funding would continue to focus on District 3. And I think a lot of what their services that they provide, they're issues that do absolutely exist throughout the city. But that all said, part of the efforts is to take and train folks from within the community and get them the skills that they need to, again, build that framework and build that community resiliency. If anybody is familiar with those terms from within. So I'm suggesting reducing that requested amount to 160,000, 160. Lions Center, zero for now for the same reasons Councilmember Ritchie mentioned. And Lucy's Tree, same rationale, zero. Vacaville Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club. So this one in particular had a lot of conversations. They absolutely provide an essential service for our youth. They've done that throughout COVID. They've been able to expand that during COVID. There's been a lot of funds allocated from COVID to them. The request right here is for a building. I want to say this publicly. It's very difficult. It's going to be extremely difficult for me to support selling that particular parcel of interest on Brown Street. It's going to be very particularly difficult for me to allocate funding to a building that I haven't been convinced that there will be sufficient funding to actually construct it. Just a verbal commitment to that. I'm not questioning, one's honor in these discussions necessarily. But the bigger picture is, and it kind of came up, and it came up in other conversations, is that we have a lot of people who work volunteer basis, serving a wide variety of issues that exist within our society. And this absolutely exists within our youth population. There are many different issues within our youth population that the Health Education Council, for example, is actually highlighting these different needs. What I'm suggesting for council is rather than allocating funds to Boys and Girls Club for this particular building, either one, we invest funds into the existing rehab of the current Trower Center. It's a need. Perhaps there's different ways we can use that budget to keep up the existing property that the city owns at the Trower Center. Or number two, which I would perhaps encourage more to consider, is to come back, actually allocate this as a budget to the youth roundtable. And so what I'm suggesting, and however this particular item goes, what I'm suggesting is that we make the youth roundtable, convert that back to our youth roundtable committee. that we have the city manager become the chairperson of that particular committee. This is an effort that was first started in the mid-90s. It was a high-power group of folks who came together and cared about one thing, the ability of how we can address the needs with our kids. If we lose sight of our youth, we lose sight of everything. That is my fundamental philosophy. People can criticize me however they want for that, but that's in part the future. That doesn't mean we ignore other things. So what I'm proposing is whatever funds that go there, if it's needed for programming, and if that fits for Boys and Girls Club, the Youth Roundtable Committee can allocate those funds appropriately. Right? Whatever additional needs that are needed for our youth and those who support our youth, and my suggestion would be that the remaining difference of funds be allocated to the Youth Roundtable. They use it as a working budget to start chipping away. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chapman.
Oh, Richard.
No, we'll just keep going down.
Oh. Thank you, Mayor Carly. All right, I've already shared the matrix I put together in ranking and awarding and suggesting the amount that I'm going to put out there for the veterans. And I will not be redundant. Much has already been said. I don't think Councilmember Ritchie or Silver left much to say in regards to how well many of the nonprofits are serving the people of Vacaville. So with that, I'm going to primarily give you my figures. I'll give you the name of the veterans. I was willing to grant them what they had asked for, and I support increasing that because if you add up all my figures, it does not come up to $1 million plus. And based upon what has been stated, and I know the work that the veterans have done and they do in the community, we have Travis Air Force Base, Vacaville was primarily at one time made up primarily of veterans. And they continue to do work. They do a lot of volunteer work in order to help the needy, those in need here in Vacaville, so I can support the $80,000 that was put out there for them. Team Vacaville, $40,000. On Stage Vacaville, $50,000. Visit Vacaville, $102,000. 11 Kids, $103,086. VACA, I abbreviated here. VACA US Club, I believe that might be the soccer. I have 125,000. VACA Belling, 150,000. Vacaville, 150,000. Vaca Solano Services, 150,000. Factory Foundation, 0. Caminar, 0. Health Education, draw my line across. I have to double check that. I might have put it in the wrong spot. Okay, Lions Center, 0. Lucy's Tree, 0. Vaca Boys and Girls Club, 100,000.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to make this quick, go down the list by name. So DAV, yeah, I thought you guys were being very modest for what you do. Worked with a lot of people that you help out. So yeah, I did increase the amount that we're allowed to go above the requested amount is 25,000 for you guys. I also have a lot of projects coming down with Jeff Jewell that probably benefit you guys as well, which is why my recommendation is not as high as others, because there's other funding that I'm working with to try to help you guys out. Team Vacaville, the 40,000 you requested, and On Stage 50,000, but Melissa's not here right now because she might yell at me. Visit Vacaville for 0, because what I brought up last, or we discussed this before, is I believe there's a way to work with their pre-existing arrangement with the city and say using ARPA funding for this money or for this request. 11, 100,000, Vacaville soccer, 125, the ballet group, 75,000, PAL, 150,000, Opportunity House, 220,000, Factory and Kaminar, 0. The Health Education Council, 100,000. Lion Center, 0. Lucy's Tree, I did put 0. I like what you had proposed, but I don't think this is appropriate forum for this or the funding. I do believe there is a need for that. I think there might be ways to work through that, through some other means. And Boys and Girls Club, 375, and that comes to total of 1.26 million.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you. I am not going to say something about each item because a lot of it's been already said. So things about how well everyone's working and how important all of them are my sentiments as well. And I will also say, you know, it was difficult, and I think this is a beginning place, and it will kind of help us all get things squared away. So I will go down the list as well. So for veterans, I have 12,000. That was the amount requested. And Team Vacaville for 40,000. On Stage Vacaville, I have 50,000. Visit Vacaville, I have 50,000. 11 Kids, I have 103,000. We can put the 86 on there as well, but I have 103 was in my figures. The Vacaville Soccer Club, I have quite significantly less because I have 50,000, mainly for what the money was being used for. I think they have a wonderful program, but I had not allowed the whole amount for that. Number 7, the Vacaville Ballet Club, our group, I have 75,000. For Vacaville PAL, I have 100,000. For the social services, Opportunity House, 260,000. And Factory Foundation, 0. Kaminar, 0. Health Education Council was really difficult. I will say on that comment, you know, they requested 664,000. And as people have said, they haven't been in Vacaville long. They haven't had that kind of a history. However, when I read their application, their main reason for the application was to help the people who have been in Vacaville, who have been affected by COVID, and help them get back on their feet, help with job skills, help on, you know, those sorts of things. So while they have not been in Vacaville, the people in Vacaville suffering the effects of COVID, who's really who these ARPA dollars are supposed to help, that's why I allowed 50,000, which is a far cry from the 664,000 that they requested, but it would be a beginning of helping some people who had the effects of COVID. And the Lions Center was 0, Lucy's Tree was 0, and the Boys and Girls Club was 475,000.
Thank you. And as we continue to make this work in progress, Councilmember Ritchie, you just let me know when we want to come back to you. And also, I'll just put it back, there's always going to be comments. Even though we've said this, you may have other comments based upon hearing each other. So this is dialogue. We're not necessarily going to be, okay, we're done, because then we can have a final discussion on what really, where we want to go with this. Okay, so with that, I'll share some of my comments. To the public, this was not an easy task because so many of us work with so many of you in the nonprofit world. I know I have over the years in my former assignment. And there's a lot of good work. I hear my colleagues up here and the comments, and one in particular as we started was, you know, Vice Mayor Stockton. And it's really sometimes hard to make an assessment when there's other questions that we have, which is one of the reasons why one of my suggestions was that maybe what we end up doing when we're done with this is we come back and work with the subcommittee and staff to actually mash that out, answer some questions that can come back to the council. But at least we understand where we're all at. For me, in no particular order, but what I will try and do is go down the list from there, so it makes it easier for you. I heard that very similar sentiments, and that is this was funding for those who were existing and who were harmed during the pandemic. And so I believe as a council, we have a responsibility, this is my views, to care for those nonprofits that this money was set aside for. And to Councilmember Wiley, I saw the same thing with those trying to work with those who are affected with our community. And so they did make a tie to what was the objective of the rubric. So with that, the disabled American veterans, first and foremost, I'm going to start there, but let's just start with saying you didn't ask for enough, but I'll come back to you at the end. I believed also that if you hadn't already been working as a nonprofit within Vacaville, it wasn't appropriate then to try and assign funds to that. Not meaning that they weren't good programs, but it's probably best to say, how can we work with you? If we feel like it's a good program, let's work with you to try and figure out how to get you to Vacaville. And there are those on this group for sure. So with that, Team Vacaville, I set aside in at least my allocation the full amount of $40,000 for the program. I do believe that there is an absolute need for that. And when we can serve individuals directly, that's really the intent of a nonprofit. On stage, Vacaville, again, very creative in trying to use the arts and to bring that to those who might be disenfranchised, but also in a way that can build upon the community. And so that to me was a full funding of $50,000. Visit Vacaville, again, interesting on what the overall cost is with that. Some of this is difficult to figure out, but it focused on a way to really focus on those with needs. And so I allocated the full $102,000 for Visit Vacaville. 11 kids, it's no surprise I've been involved in supporting the 11 over the years and bringing and helping the 11 at the time, now it's 11 kids, and Mark Lillis, to being successful as a partner within our community and working with our kids after school. And so my recommendation was the full amount of $103,086. The Vacaville United Soccer Club, this one was interesting for me, just at least from a review of their perspective. That is how to expand on good programs. And so that to me was, okay, if we're going to put lights, it's interesting. There's going to be master planning in parks, but I do believe the assessment on how to reach these kids and partner with the Boys and Girls Club was a very viable project, given their nonprofits, along with their wanting to expand and reach those at risk. I allocated $100,000 for that program as it stands today. Thankfully, the Vacaville Ballet Theater didn't get lost in all that. That was probably just an oversight. So the truth is, it's a very viable program as far as I'm concerned, although I didn't see the need to fully fund it because it was something that could be scaled, and I allocated in my assessment $100,000. The Vacaville Police Activities League, this has obviously been a longstanding nonprofit to reach at-risk youth, and it extends throughout the community for many, many years. The one thing I'll also say about this, and I saw this in several of these applications, there were people in the application process that truly did demonstrate the loss during COVID, the fact that they couldn't fundraise. And when I saw that, I realized that was a big deal. When you can't put on fundraisers, because that is how this community works. So with that, I allocated the full amount of $216,038 to the PAL for those programs. Vacaville Salon Services Corporation, thank you for the Opportunity House and all that is at stake with what you're doing there. With this particular one, I believe that I had allocated the entire amount of $313,694 to that one as well. I believe that working with those who, for those of you who don't know, I mean, we do have a great Housing First program. I've often advocated, even in Washington, that what do we do for those that we're trying to get to that next step? And we've done an amazing job. It's not new, but you suffered through those years when people weren't going to the storehouse. to fund the Opportunity House. And so that's the connections that I was making on where are you getting your money? And it goes back to, are there alternative sources? And the primary sources is fundraising and also the storehouse. So that's my allocation there. And I too did not, although I value Kaminar, I did not allocate funding there because there's so many other external funding allocations. And that's not to say that as a group, which is why I believe there's a good opportunity for a subcommittee, some of this could adjust a little bit, even though one of us might say no. It's because there might be an opportunity to say, through a better assessment, can we actually do that? I would also then say, if I have my numbers right, somebody might do my math. I wasn't a mathematician. But I allocated, based on, it was definitely a high ask for the Vacaville Neighborhood Boys and Girls Club, but I've worked for Anna, with Anna for many years. I was on the board in the past. I'm not on the board now. And so my position on this is I've always believed in advocating for youth and those who are at risk. And Anna and the team do an amazing job. And sometimes the other thing I'll look at is what's the cost benefit, the dollar amount versus the number of youth served. And so that weighs into it. And it's only one pot of money. And I allocated $225,000 to this program. That said, part of that's going to also be based upon questions that I think have been raised before, and that is it is a fundraising campaign with matching funds, and so some of this is going to have to be demonstrated, which is another reason why I like the idea of a quick subcommittee that can also work with staff to answer some of these questions before it comes back to council. Now, I don't know what that number is, but I think to your point, it may be just slightly under, and whatever the difference is, within whatever the outcome is, I do believe our vets deserve more. And so I appreciate all that you've done, and I appreciate all those who have served our country. And I know that I don't speak alone on that from the dais here. So did I miss any of them? The rest were no allocations. And it was based upon similar things that you had heard, and that is if you had not done business before, while it may not be it might be a great program, in my estimation, it didn't meet the objective of the reasons why the funding was given. This is federal dollars. All these dollars are going to be audited at some point. And so the outcomes of these, what we have to do, which was one of the rubric questions, is the need to actually be able to demonstrate that this is a program that was designed. And while they gave broad parameters, so in addition to 1,000 pages, and so thank you all for what you've done to put all that information in front of us. Normally in business, I'm sure my colleagues have been through these processes. You create these groups that evaluate the merit and then the weight, and then you come to it and then you apportion it. So that's the goal here is how we might do this based upon the feedback. And so the question is, and I'll open it back up to those who might have further comment, and I see Councilmember Ritchie, your light's on.
Oh, thank you so much for your comments. I have to kind of follow up on the ballet, so sorry for missing that earlier. It falls into my same thing. It's greater than 100,000. I think my colleagues demonstrated the value of the arts, so I'm at 100 to 150 by default. I would like to maybe, if we're going to leave here and not make a decision now, that's our democratic vote. We'll figure it out right now. But I saw you taking numbers and notes, and still I would like to know, we can quickly calculate the average or mean of the dollar amounts per group to find out right now, leaving here, the cumulative number would be, say, 217,400 for the Vacaville Boys Club. It'd be 142,000 for the soccer club. If we can find out if there's a way to do the average, divide by people, actually put the dollar amounts on the table, where we all stand as of now with these groups.
So I'm going to turn this over real quick to our city manager to chime in here a little bit, because we're making sausage now. That's what we're doing.
Well,
I agree.
Okay. Well, I was prepared to give you some summary, not that one yet. But I think for the benefit of the council and for those in attendance tonight, I'll try to capture some of the comments and the generalities that I see after taking notes here. First and foremost, we started off that there was a request for additional information on those agencies that have received prior funding from the city, especially focused on those above the 50,000. And so with that said, and we'll come back to that for the council to discuss in just a moment. But with that said, the first three items, the disabled American veterans, Team Vacaville and Onstage Vacaville, there was consensus that at a minimum, the full amount with additional request of money ranging from anywhere from 25 to 80,000 going to the disabled veterans. The other consensus items that were to allocated no funds were the Factory Foundation, Kaminar, Lions Center for the Visually Impaired, and Lucy's Tree of Life. So there was no money allocated to those. When you look at the other ones in the middle, there's a range of recommendations. And these, in looking at this list, I can certainly assure you that some of these agencies have received funds from the city previously. I certainly cannot tell you the dollar value here tonight. If the council is interested in, the average recommendations, we can do some quick math on that, but then that's where I think you're getting into the particulars. And there's a lot of different viewpoints on how you all arrived at this. And so, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you. And I know that you had shared the idea of a subcommittee. Given these results tonight, and I'll leave it back to you all to discuss what steps you'd like to take next.
Thank you. There's a few more comments up here. I'm going to go to Councilmember Wiley first.
One thing I just wanted to bring out in with everyone and get some feedback, legally too. I totally value our vets, and I don't have any issues with giving them more than the requested amount. However, I'm just wondering about, is that okay to give more than the requested amount, and the fact that we're not giving everyone else full amounts? And I wish that someone would have reached out to the veterans people during the application process to say, oh, we have an application from DAV, how about other ones, to encourage them to apply. So I just want that laid out before a subcommittee decides to or not do that. What are ramifications for giving more than the requested amount for veterans?
So, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to Emily Cantu, our Housing and Community Services Director, to kind of walk you through the next step in this process. So once awards are made, because it is federal money, we will be committed and obligated to monitor and track how those funds are allocated. And so, Emily, if you can briefly describe, that process in terms of if an individual agency is awarded money, what are the next steps?
Sure. I think one thing to keep in mind too is where the allocations differ from the request. We would reach out to those agencies, make sure that they're still interested in receiving that award, and have them adjust their budgets and their measurable outcomes accordingly. So the number of people they may serve, for example, may change. So that would be our first step. Once we understand who can accept their award at the allocated amount, there will be a contracting process. All of our contracts go through the city attorney's office. They would include all the monitoring and documentation required to verify that all of the expenditures for each agency are eligible under the ARPA funds, so that when we do get our friendly federal audit, everything's on track and everybody's complying with all the rules. Beyond that, they have a time period. It ends in 2024 to expend all the funds. So we would work with them, provide technical assistance as needed, follow up with groups who may need some coaching on getting their funds expended or having difficulties, providing the documentation needed. We do that a lot through our Capilano JPA work. So we're happy to do that with our nonprofits.
And I do have a quick question, and I know there's others on the council with comments. Yeah, I see that I see that as well. One of the questions that I know that we probably all have some questions on the process, but clearly, do we have the staff to monitor all this? And clearly, I'm hoping that there's a legal review of any type of request, because I know they've come up with the rules. The Department of Treasury came up with tentative rules. They finalized them in April. There's a lot of FAQs, and we want to make sure that we don't do anything that's a violation of federal law. So, is that true?
Yes, we would certainly review any allocation or proposed allocation that's questionable. If it falls within the federal guidelines, there would be legal review of that. We'd work with the departments on that one.
Thank you. Considering we're making recommendations, and yet what we don't want to do is jeopardize the fact that we're now on the hook for monitoring federal grant funding through. So with that, I wanted to, I saw your light, Vice Mayor. Excuse me?
I turned it on.
You turned it up, all right. So Councilmember Silva.
What I suggest to council is that we approve, I'm not making a motion yet, but this is a suggestion. We approve 80,000. Staff's going to follow up to make sure that that's needed, so they can have the conversations as needed. And that's with all due respect to Councilmember Roberts' efforts. So 80,000 for our vets. We allocate 40 tonight to Team Vacaville, allocate 50 to Onstage Vacaville, allocate $103,086 to Levin. And then the, Factory Foundation, Kaminar, Lions, and Lucy's, respectively, seemed like, with exception to one, or with exception to two respective council members, that overall was zero. So my suggestion tonight would be to at least come to a consensus on that. If council wants to bring back figures, think about it for the other items, then that would be my suggestion. But let's take those eight items off the list.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I do have one question kind of for DAV. I don't know if you have an answer, because I know with these funds, they have a timeline of when this money has to be spent. And if I do appreciate everybody wanting to give vets extra money, but if we did increase value, can you actually spend that money before the deadline? Is because of the services you provide, will you be able to maximize that amount of money? Yeah, you can come up.
Yeah, come on up.
Because I just don't want any funds go to waste if we can put them someplace else in the community.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, the DAV is so very grateful for any funds that you allocate to us that we can put to use. We received the application of request for proposal, and we had a 3-day turnaround time. So that is why the other veterans groups did not respond. They would have, but the time frame was way, way too tight. So I busted it, and I got the application package to you. We, as a DAV, asked for only enough to get us through. We were not asking for any more than that. If you see it in your heart to give us more, trust me, well, you may not, but trust me that we will share that money with the other veterans groups. Now, we share everything. As you know, we share the building, we share everything. And so if you were to give us any more than the $12,000 that I asked for, then we would call a meeting and we would indicate to them that this new amount is available and that we can divide that up and share it, and those funds will go to major projects that those groups are working on. Trust me, that money will be spent. Now, for my $12,000, that's chump change out here, but that to us is salvation money. That's what will get us through until the next budget. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Warren.
Hi, Danica. So because the numbers needed to be turned in for all the budgets, and because you're part of a national organization, there were pages that had the national figures in there as well.
Sure.
Made me swallow a little bit, but so this money will just be at Vacaville, or will you be required to send part of it to the national organization?
No. I ain't sharing it with nobody. That money stays here. We use the DAV money, depending on how much you give us and how much we separate out and give and share with the other vets groups, whatever we have left, whatever for the DAV has, we will use that for DAV Vacaville issues.
Thank you.
Our chapter,
Thank you.
1100.
No, can I trust you on that?
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And one more comment, kind of like going with Councilmember Silva was saying with, the soccer and the Health Education Council and Boys Girls Club, especially the soccer, because, we do have the master plan for that park out there that it works closely in line with Parks and Rec to make sure the money that's being spent is in line with what we're planning to do with that park. That way we're not spending the money and then they have to tear it back down in a couple of years when we actually start working more towards fulfilling that project out there. And then, Boys Girls Club, and a Boys Girls Club member myself when growing up. I'd really like to see that go towards like programs. I know wanting towards the building, but for some reason something happens where you can't. I'd rather see this money go to current programs or renovating, maybe even renting additional space to expand your program out, maybe additional staff to help out those kids while fundraising. Because I think, that building's going to be a little bit more expensive than what you're planning on based on some of the projects we've seen for the city. And I'd like to see that money go directly to the kids if possible. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Clarification, Councilmember Silver, you were calling out some of the applicants' names and an amount, and you made it as a motion.
Well, he didn't make it as a he's suggesting. He didn't call a motion. We were still in discussion. But yes, you were promoting an idea here.
Will you,
For discussion.
can I ask that you repeat that, please?
Yes. Are you going to have, yes.
Well,
I don't want no problems with you. I don't want no problem.
You said it so eloquently.
I am suggesting that based on the overall consensus for some items, we make a decision tonight, and it sounds like in the interest of time, and we maybe sit on the other one. So there's suggestions of subcommittee. I don't think we need to do a subcommittee, although maybe some items we could. So Mike, to answer your question, I suggest that we tonight approve $80,000 to our veterans with the stipulation that they divide it up to the additional needs that have been expressed by other veteran groups that are very well known and proven and well established in our community. For Team Vacaville, I'm gonna refer to numbers if that's okay. The second one listed, Team Vacaville, $40,000. On stage Vacaville, number 3 for $50,000. Levin, item number 5, for the requested amount, $103,086. And then, with exception, respectively to 2 council members, the rest of these overall were a consensus of 0. So I propose we take the Factory Foundation off the list respectively, Kaminar off the list respectively, 13 Lions off the list respectively, and 14 Lucy's off the list respectively.
And there's other comments. There's other comments up here, but real quick, did you mention anything about Visit Vacaville?
1 second.
Yeah. I think he was.
Right.
I did not mention Visit Vacaville because there wasn't a consensus.
Okay. Real quick, I'm going to go to Councilmember Ritchie.
On what Councilman Silva just said, I want progress. I want to make sure we leave here today with progress. It feels good going tonight with progress. I want a motion to approve $80,000 for the veterans, $40,000 for Team Vacaville, $50,000 for on stage. Let's round it up. 104 for the 11, So I motion to approve that now. Everything else that we didn't have consensus on, 0, would go to the possibility of our mayor's suggestion for a council or group to talk about it. But let's leave with progress. Let's let the groups that need the money, that we have a consensus, get going in the community now, and we can figure out the rest and make sure we allocate the funds appropriately. I'd like to make a motion to.
There's still questions on this, so just, she had a clarification and then I sent it to you, so just real quick.
So
we're having a robust discussion. Let's not, if we're making progress, let's not jump ahead of the progress. Councilmember Chapman and Vice Mayor Stockton.
Okay, I was going to second, that was a motion that he put out there. I was going to second it, even though the discussion was still going on. So,
okay, so we have a second.
Mr. Mayor, how would you like to proceed?
Well, I want to hear the comment from Vice Mayor Stockton, and we do have a second, and I have more on this. So I know we're trying to make progress, but now we're getting people wanting to speak. So Vice Mayor Stockton.
I appreciate the motion. I would really like to come up with some sort of consensus for the Opportunity House. We have a storm out there that is raging. We have homeless people on the streets that need help. If we could add that to the equation, then I would certainly support that. You know, that being said, I know I didn't give a lot at the beginning because I felt like that additional information, but that is one of my higher ranked items, especially considering the weather and what we're dealing with right now. I have them listed roughly between $2,000 to $3,000. I know, or excuse me, $200,000 to $300,000. I would like to see them go home and have that money to be able to do continue to do the good work that they're doing in Vacaville too, along with the other ones. So can we add the?
Well, so that we have a motion, a second. We still have some comments, so it would have to come back to somebody making an amendment to that. So
We have to vote on the other one, but would that be the end of the agenda item?
clarification. This is where it gets.
If I could to jump in. So you do have a motion before you, which I think is very clear. I don't know if there's any other council members seeking comment, but with regards to the recommendation from the vice mayor to see if there's an opportunity to reach consensus on the Opportunity House, which just as a reminder from the council, you had I'll call it a low bid, if you will, of 150,000 to a high bid of 300,000, and then varying amounts in there from 220, 260. If there's a desire for the council member who made the motion to amend their motion to include a discussion on that, you can do that, or because you do have a motion and a second, you do have to act on that.
That's right. So you motioned it. So Councilmember Silva, any comment on that motion?
I think we need to, I know we got a motion in a second, but I think we need to establish what the follow-up is for the others at this time as well. So motion in a second. So I think the process would be to make a motion to amend.
That's what I'm asking you. You brought the motion.
Oh, no, Mr.
Ask it.
Well, but you made the first motion. So he's asking for the motion to amend. Is that correct?
No. So I motion to amend my original motion. I would like to bring consensus to this Opportunity House. I find that median of 275,000. So I would amend my motion to bring it so we think to go home with funds. 275,000 to Vacaville Solano Service Corporation, 80,000 to the veterans, 40,000 to Team Vacaville, 50,000 to Onstage, and 104,000 rounded up to the 11. With all the institutions, we got 0. That stands the difference. The funds we have allocated would go towards a third-party group subcommittee to review and analyze how we can bring funds in appropriately. So that's my motion with the amendment.
How do you propose question?
Wait a minute, I have.
I don't want no problems, Dr. Chapman.
Well, so you have an amended motion, but there are some comments. And so we'll go with Councilmember Chapman.
So thank you. Did you call on me? Oh.
So
the motion has been seconded. The original motion was seconded.
Seconded.
And so we need to, before it can be amended, we would need to make sure the second is amended as well.
Yes.
So that comes to you.
Right. Before I have to say this. Sure. Before I am willing to pull my second, Vice Mayor, you had mentioned due to the weather conditions we're experiencing right now, that you would like us to move forward with giving Opportunity House money. In the event of an emergency, even if we weren't sitting here this evening, if we had people in the city that needed help, the city would, correct me, the city would step forward and do what is needed for the residents, correct?
So we currently have resources available for those that are experiencing homelessness, that desire to get out of the elements. We have resources available, and they simply need to contact either them directly or an advocate, our police department with Captain David Kellis, and we can make that happen. So that is available.
Okay, thank you. And if we were to move forward with, because there were varying amounts that were being suggested, and it's going to take, I really don't want to remove the second, because I know we're going to take care of the people of Vacaville. And if we were to include them this evening, it would take time before those funds would be allocated to them. So it wouldn't help them during the storm. Does that make sense?
No, I understand what you're saying. I think that they have finite resources now, that if they know that this money's coming, they might be able to reallocate to something more present. That's the reason why I brought it up. But I do agree with you. I recognize that these funds, they're going to take some time to get to them. But if I know that I have a check for $275,000 coming to help me continue to operate my program, and I have money now and people who need help now, I'm more apt to maybe spend it. But I do respect what you said.
And because, different amounts came from the council members, so it's not like the first four here that we all had consensus and agreed upon. So for that reason, I would like for the vote to go forward, and if it fails, then of course a new vote would come. Motion would be made.
Okay, there are some questions though for what's going on, so if we can clarify. So Councilmember Wiley?
Yes, thanks. When we first started discussing this, we were talking about the amount for the 11 at $103.86. And, we had to turn in financial records, and it was all accounted for. So because we don't have enough money overall, I would rather go with it $103.86 rather than round it up almost $900 or over $900, to the 104,000. Because that's a pretty big rounding. So I would rather leave it that. And so that's how we started, but then Greg, Councilmember Ritchie upped it. So I want to know exactly where we are on that.
So I upped the number, I think that's $25.
No, it's not $25. It's $924, $914.
But that was already seconded at this point.
I know. So we amended it once. So I just want to clarify, because we don't have enough money, that $900 could go to someone else. And I feel like the 11 asked for what they thought they needed.
So let's vote.
We could go ahead and take the vote, although there is one more question. I want to just give it to Councilmember Roberts, and then maybe we can weigh in with our city attorney and make sure we're doing this right.
Get it going.
Yeah, I know we've done a bunch of amendments, and I know Greg, Councilmember Ritchie offered up 275 for Opportunity House. I was going to say, just make it the average of what the council members put, since I'd probably put it around about, so it's between 150 and the 300 asked. If we just did the average for Opportunity House, I think it'd be a nice median for everybody. But
And let's do that for the rest.
yeah.
So I'm going to turn this over to our city manager and our city attorney to weigh in on this robust discussion here.
So thank you all for the meaningful thought that you're putting into this. I think given the fact of Councilmember Chapman's statement about, let's move forward with the current motion and second, that it would be wise to move forward with that. Depending on how strongly you feel about those minor adjustments, as you've called them, you can choose to vote in favor or against the motion. And then if you vote against it and the majority, then we have to bring it back. If you vote, if a majority votes for it, then those minor adjustments are off the table.
I do have the average. It's close enough to 275.
But it doesn't matter, because right now you have a motion and a second.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do
to not have that
let's go ahead and do a vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
But I need to clarify, sorry, I need to clarify the motion second.
So go ahead and clarify the motion second. The motion,
It's the initiative.
correct.
Mr. Mayor, if we could, just so we'll make sure it's clear. So the motion before you is $80,000 for disabled veterans, $40,000 for Team Vacaville, $50,000 for onstage Vacaville, $104,000 to 11 kids, eliminating any funding for the Factory Foundation, Kaminar, Lions Center, and Lucy's Tree. And then after that vote is taken care of and you reach consensus one way or the other, then there will need to be a discussion of what you do with the other ones where there was not a motion made for those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. So that is the motion and seconded before you tonight.
All right. So we have a motion and a second.
Question.
We have a question.
So I'm still unclear on the process for the other ones.
You still need to have that conversation after this vote.
Yeah. So we got to go here first.
You brought the motion, so.
You made the suggestion. You made the suggestion.
That's right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
I'm opposed.
No.
No?
No.
And no.
Who knows?
The motion carries.
Listen, I haven't heard those no's, we should have done. It's hard to do it that way without a roll call.
Well, we can do a roll call if you like. Roll call.
Okay.
So just to be clear, a no vote or a yes vote does not include Opportunity House. Yes vote does. Or a yes vote does not include Opportunity House, and no vote would bring it back.
Then you'd have, if the majority is no, then you have to come back with another motion. So Mr. Mayor, you'd like us to do a roll call vote? Okay, thank you.
No, only be outside.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
No.
Councilmember Chapman.
Aye. Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
No.
Mayor Harley.
No.
So motion fails, so now we need another motion.
Question.
Councilmember Wiley.
Do I make a motion to have the amount for 11 kids, $103,086 as requested, disabled veterans, $80,000, Team Vacaville, $40,000, and on-stage Vacaville, $50,000, to eliminate those that were mentioned before, Factory Foundation, Kaminar, Lions Center, and Lucy's Tree for Life. That's the motion. No, it's not.
But still not Opportunity House.
No.
Do I have a second? Hearing no second. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, can we now get the average for Opportunity House?
I have it.
Oh, you have it?
I do have it available, yes. It's $234,813 and change.
Okay, yeah. I'll throw that one again second. So going down the list again, I'd like the motion to do the same 80,000 for the DAV, 40,000 Team Vacaville, 50,000 for on-stage Vacaville, the 103,086 for 11, and then including the average of all the council members' suggestions for Opportunity House.
That also,
And then excluding the ones we gave zeros to.
I'll second that.
We have a second from Vice Mayor Stockton. Mike Silva, do you have a question? All right, so let's do a roll call vote on that.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Chapman.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Mayor Carley.
Yes. All right, that's. Now with that, we're not complete, but
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, we'll need to talk about how the council wishes to handle those few remaining applications.
so what we need to do is, the discussion really is what we do with remaining ones. And could you explain which remaining applications do we have? And then we'll bring it back to the council. And does this need to come back to the floor?
Okay. So what was not voted on this evening was Visit Vacaville, the Vacaville United Soccer Club, Vacaville Ballet Company, Vacaville Police Activities League, the Health Education Council, and the Boys and Girls Club.
HEC.
Can we get a total of what's remaining?
Yes. I do not have that tally, but give us a moment, please. Thanks.
So Health Education Council was not excluded based on that vote?
My understanding of the vote was that it was for those that everyone's allocations were 0, and the Health Education Council had a couple members that voted to allocate the funds.
Okay. So open it up for discussion on the council. The conversation now is what will the process be moving forward? I had suggested early on that this was not likely to be completely solved this evening. We made some progress, which is good. However, one of my recommendations has been to have a subcommittee and to be able to address those, considering all the comments tonight, collect all the information. And the goal, my hope, would be to bring it back on the next council if the subcommittee can work fast enough and answer those questions. So that's what I am proposing in a discussion. And so I see Vice Mayor Stockton.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that a quick subcommittee or maybe a quick meeting amongst you and 2 council members might be beneficial towards coming to a resolution. But I'm also curious as to whether or not there is a public outreach that can be conducted, where we can get some input from the public about how they'd like to see the remaining dollars spent towards the different organizations that still remain, if something can be put on our website or something. I'm not requesting bids, but if the contribute.
Well, and part of the goal here is to act on the remaining grant applications. And there's been a lot of conversations already weighed in. And just a question to our city attorney, the idea of opening it up for further public comment from the public, how would that work in a process like this? Either to you or to the city manager?
Do you mean opening it up tonight or just
in the future? So if we were to create a subcommittee of myself and 2 others, volunteers on the council, to sit down and review the information that's collected, the goal would be to really assess with what we came up with and bring it back to the council in a more definitive. So we're trying to deal with these numbers all tonight, but to streamline it and bring it back with a recommendation. So what would that best process look like?
So the one thing that I could offer for that is we did a similar public outreach process with the original award of our ARPA funding, if you recall. We had a dashboard system that we put out there and gave the community a variety of weeks to look into that and express their vote for how the money should be spent. That process takes time. And, if you're interested in doing something like that, we can, put something together. But I think you've heard tonight that there is also an interest in expediency to get to closure on this. And again, I would just, suggest that this is something that the council set out to do and allocated this amount of money based on input from the public. This is how you got to that 1.2 million. and that, these services are important. And so I think you do have some direction from the public as to this category of ARPA funding and uses. Taking it to the next level, I think, it was originally considered to be a council decision, but if that's something that you want to open it to, I would just caution that it's going to take additional time to do so.
Yeah, and I'll just say my thoughts are, I appreciate that, that we've already done that. So my recommendation, I see that there's lights on here. My belief and my recommendation is all this process has already been done. And it kind of exposes a process that's already been addressed without the public being able to then further comment on what we've already addressed. And then so we've really split this into two different processes. And so I don't recommend that we do that as a group. I just simply think that what we need to do is work towards where we as a council did not have consensus, not necessarily having to reopen that up to the public. And to that point, we wanted to make decisions tonight and do this quickly. And so my belief is then we don't want to then extend this. So it's putting undue pressure on all those others waiting on a formal public process.
So then if the public wants input, they should just email you or the city and they can forward it to you? Is that acceptable? On the subcommittee's findings for the remainder of the ARPA money, if the public, are we going to do that right this second, or we're going to have a meeting outside?
Well, the goal is that there would be a subcommittee taking into account everything to discuss what we have come up with here, to come back to council with the work that we've talked about and try to digest this in a way that can then be brought in a much more simple way for us to finalize and for us to settle in on where we're at on it, not to open it up to the public.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation. Does anybody have questions? Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, quick question. For Emily, for the remaining nonprofits there, does the average of the council's recommendations for each item, is it equivalent or less than the remaining funds that we have? Sorry.
Well, there's 757,000, and again, a little bit of change, $757,000 remaining. And
Do you have the averages for each nonprofit?
I didn't average them all on the cell phone calculator.
Because I was going to say,
While you guys were waiting,
if
sorry.
the council averages for each item is equivalent or less than the remaining funds, I think that'd be a happy medium to get it just done tonight.
Yeah, if you'd like us to do that, if you can give us a couple seconds here, we can.
I mean, if the rest of the council's okay with that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead.
We have the
City Manager.
numbers, we just didn't average them.
Would you like some time?
If you like, given the time, you can take a 10-minute recess and we can come back with
Yeah,
that
let's do
number
that.
if that's something you're interested in.
Why don't we do that and let's take a 10-minute recess, if you think you could do this in 10 minutes.
Yes.
All right, we'll be back. We are going to resume in about 2 minutes, so make your way back to the seats, and we'll resume this council meeting shortly. Yeah, let's go ahead. We're going to get ready here soon. I did say 2 minutes. So there is time.
You said 2 minutes.
Like a minute, 2 minutes. That's right. So we're going to resume our council meeting. Thank you for your patience for that break so that staff could resume. And at this point, I know that Emily, you're going to bring back to us some information so that then we can further the discussion. So
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Just before we proceed, I did write down some numbers that I wanted to share in regards to helping them form this average so that the numbers were included. For Visit Vacaville, I put down 100,000. For the soccer club, I put 125. The ballet, 125. Vacaville Police Athletic League, 200. And the Boys and Girls Club, 250,000.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience and allowing us time to crunch the numbers for you. Up on the screen and in front of you, you have the remaining applicants that you wanted to review further. Your question was, what is the average amount based on the feedback you've provided this evening? The amount remaining after the allocations you voted on and approved is $757,101. The average for the applicants that were remaining for discussion, the total amounts are $760,510.86. So that amount is over by $3,409.86 of the funds available. Of that 1.265, magically you're off only $3,409.86. So
Good thing we're not in the banking industry, although finance is here. So thank you for that report out. This really is helpful. And initially, I'm going to go to Councilmember Roberts. And then
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I did have one note I needed to make about these averages. Councilmember Silva, we did not receive a funding amount for the Boys and Girls Club. We did receive and document your feedback. So we did divide the amount by 6. Okay? For the Boys and Girls Club to get that average. I'm sorry, I wanted to make that very clear and transparent.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, appreciate you guys taking time to do that. I know number crunching and yeah, the Excel kind of makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, we're actually very close to the remaining amount. So, I mean, I'll let the rest of council if they have any questions. But what I'm thinking is some of them higher than what I want, some are lower than what I wanted. But in the end, it's the mix of all the council's inputs. So I'm all for just approving the averages and letting the staff adjust a little bit to make it meet the, like, need just by a few dollars here and there to make it meet that 757,000.
Are you suggesting, I'm sorry, are you suggesting taking the 3,000, the difference, and spreading that evenly among these 6 individual
yes, just make it
agencies?
even. And yeah, because it's only off by a very, very small percentage.
Okay.
And that would get it done tonight. And that way all the remaining nonprofits get some funding and can start getting to work with it.
So while there's others who want to comment, before I open it up to anyone else, I'm going to make sure I get my comments in here before a motion jumps on the floor. I do believe and appreciate that as we're working through this actually gets us to maybe another phase and what we're going to have to do. And so thank you, Vice Mayor Stockton, for being able to provide your input. My first position, and I'm not going to make the motion, but I'm going to make my comments known. While these are averages, I think most of us, and I don't want to speak for the whole council, but for me, they're fairly close enough that I would say that it really is getting to the essence of what we're talking about, for me, except for one. The Health Education Council, I heard that there were others on the council that also felt the same way that I did, and that it was an entity that was not part of Vacaville during the pandemic, and therefore there's many on that particular one that did not allocate any money, and so there was truly not consensus. And so my belief, at least from my perspective, is that falls in that category. Secondly, I would also say that in my view, working for the police department for all those years, that's what our Family Investigative Response Services team does with all our clinical services. And so my view of this is when I saw them, they are actually doing something in another organization, in another city, very similar to Vacaville, and Vacaville is a nice model. So me personally, I didn't see the need, first of all, to allocate funding to an outside entity to try and stand up something that was really requiring staffing, when that is exactly what we do here in the city already. And so with that, I just want to share my comments. The other ones, if it were me, my idea would be you take the 44,285.71 plus the difference, create that more in the averages, and then I think that I would be satisfied. So, Councilmember Wiley.
I was just going to ask about in the past, when you offer someone a grant that's much less than they ask, do they usually say, well, we'll work with what you have? I wondered what the likelihood was that all these people would take the money that was offered and try to come up with something. For example, the Health Education Council did ask for, much, much more than that. So I didn't know because that paper's not on here anymore. I mean, it was something like 600,000. Yeah. So what was the likelihood that they would take that? I don't know if you have any past history, or could you make any projections, or would you think that if we offered this amount, all those groups would probably say, yes, we'll take whatever you're offering, even though it's not what we asked for?
I'm not certain if anybody's here representing that particular group, but
Or any of the groups that are under that category?
yeah. So Emily, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. In my experience, it depends. And I apologize for that. And there are occasions where, especially with like an existing program, they can scale it. Sometimes, and not all times, but sometimes with a new project, they do need all the staffing or all of this to get it going. But right now, I couldn't speak on behalf of each individual agency on this list. Typically, we reach out to them and find out if they can scale their project and still meet their goals.
And then we would just have to say, if they say, no, we don't need it, divvy up what's left among the other ones or something. I just want to have a plan for if there was money left in the pot after we offered things out. That was my question.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
I think that we can form a subcommittee and come back next go around our next meeting to propose and discuss it further. And I'd like to be on it. That's what I think we should do.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? Well, I certainly would like to also form the subcommittee. There are unanswered questions. I see that, as I had said before, the Health Education Council, it's not a position that they're not a good entity in what they do. My estimation from my review was they're having to stand up a lot of staff and to create an operation where most of the funding went. And so the idea of scaling is a good question, I think, for the others, since these are larger amounts with the exception of the Health Education Council allocation. Well, if there are no other comments, I'm going to make a motion that we do create the subcommittee. If that's something that you think you want. Otherwise, we can have a discussion. And I'm open to the discussion before a motion. Vice Mayor Stockton.
I just want to know of my colleagues who wants to be on the subcommittee. Besides member Silva, or excuse me, Silva.
Councilmember Wiley.
I would be willing to be on the subcommittee.
Okay. Well, it would only be three of us. So that's Councilmember Ritchie.
So I think that's a problem. If Roy wants to be on it. I want to be on it. Someone wants to be on it.
I'll defer.
Shit, yeah, but, so.
So the idea behind this would be, this is not to come up with what was final. It's to understand the questions that are unresolved from the council tonight. It would still have to then be formulated into a recommendation. To Vice Mayor Stockton's point, it would still then be open to discussion at the council level, and it would be open for public comment based upon what that recommendation is. So the concept of 3 on this council sitting down, answering those questions, and being able to make viable recommendation based upon all the input that we have, because that would be the expectation for the rest of the council that's not there, that you would take all that into consideration.
So I would like to at least mention, I did the quick math. To take the 44,000, I won't round up this time. $44,285.71. You add the 34.09 and 86 cents, add it together, divide by 5. We can right now solve the problem. Just increase the other 5 groups to $9,539.11. Therefore, we divide funds up, we can walk what we've done today. So the health education gets nothing. Every other group gets $9,539.11 in addition to what we have here, the averages, and we're done.
Councilmember Silva.
I think it's important to understand why they're asking for what for each item. And that's where I do see a value in a subcommittee, whoever would be on it, to understand why they're asking for what. Kind of goes back to some of the questions. Can you actually spend it? So, because some of these folks, like for example, police activities lead, right? So if they're asking for certain funds to purchase a certain piece of equipment or take a set amount of kids, kids to wherever, different conferences, then, it's kind of hard. They would have to come back and ask for additional funding or figure out how to fundraise for additional funding. So to me, I think that's the benefit of kind of giving the rest of these particular reputable clubs, or nonprofits, another look through. We ask questions to their point of contacts, get that back, report back to council, and hash it out then, including Health Education Council. So motion to make a subcommittee. Sorry, did I jump ahead?
I didn't have any other comments, but this is why it's open for this discussion now. What I'm sensing is there are some on the council that want to move for a subcommittee. We have a motion. We have other ideas. So with that motion, there is one motion for a subcommittee, and there are ideas, but do I have a second on at least that motion? We have a motion and a second from Vice Mayor Stockton. Well, we did roll call before, so let's do a roll call on this one. Yes.
Councilmember Chapman.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Yes.
Mayor Harley.
Yes. So we have a subcommittee, and the key now is to make sure that we have the right people on the subcommittee. So it doesn't necessarily have to be me. No. I know, Sylvia, you wanted to be on the subcommittee. I know that there's a request down here, but I don't need to be on the subcommittee. This is really about working through the rest of this process.
All this calls.
Well, we can't do we can't create a.
Try to get us in trouble, man.
Right. Only the 3 are going to be able to discuss this, because that will be the.
I'll pull my name out.
So we have Vice Mayor Stockton. Yes.
I'd like to motion that Councilmember Silva, that Councilwoman, well, actually both of those, that they all put in effort. I think that they'll bring back something fruitful so Councilwoman Chapman and Wiley.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, so we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, there's your subcommittee. Wow. Item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council and members of the audience. We appreciate your patience in allowing us to get through that exercise. All right, item 9B is a resolution for the city council to discuss approving an exclusive negotiating rights agreement between the city of Vacaville and Mango Materials. We have Justin Cole, our interim acting director of utilities, and some friends. So with that, I will turn it over to them for a presentation.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Stockton, council members. Tonight before you, we have the exclusive negotiating rights agreement between the City of Vacaville and Mango Materials. I have Molly Morris from Mango Materials and Larissa Morris from Vacaville Utilities Department.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Mango Materials is a renewable bioproducts company that produces environmentally friendly alternative to traditional plastics and polyesters. For many years, Mango has been working with Silicon Valley Clean Water to repurpose biogas from their plant to produce biopolymers. Easterly Wastewater Treatment Plant also produces biogas, which could be used by Mango to produce the biopolymers. For the next stage in their business development, Mango is looking for a physical site to establish a flagship plant. During their site search, Mango met with Utilities Department staff and conducted a tour of the plant. After the tour, Mango expressed an interest in constructing their flagship site at Easterly. At this time, I would like to introduce Mango's CEO, Molly Morse, who will provide an overview of Mango Materials and what they propose to bring to the city of Vacaville.
Thank you so much for your time. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Mango Materials. And we have a vision to change the plastics industry. So as you know, plastics are traditionally made from ancient fossil fuels and can harm the natural environment if they're improperly disposed of. Now, aside from this, there's also that question of methane, which is produced from wastewater treatment plants. What can we do with this? So looking at both methane and plastics, and people often think, oh, well, we recycle, so aren't we doing something about plastics? Unfortunately, we're not going to recycle our way out of the plastic pollution problem, although we should still recycle and support that as much as we can. We need alternatives. And our company fully believes that biodegradables are the future. And we view methane, which is the key component in biogas, such as produced from anaerobic digestion at wastewater treatment plants like Easterly. We view this biogas as the potential gold mines of the future. So what we do at our company is we take this methane, the methane that is in the biogas from anaerobic digestion. We take that biogas, feed it to naturally occurring bacteria that produce a biopolymer inside their cell walls. So this biopolymer is naturally occurring, and we harvest it and convert it into environmentally friendly pellets. So this is traditional plastics, or generally you melt down pellets to make an existing plastic good. Well, these are our alternatives that are made from methane and produced by bacteria and naturally occurring. So these pellets get converted into other everyday plastic goods. They look and perform very similarly to existing plastics. But what's different about what we produce is that they can be biodegradable in natural environments, or even if they end up back in anaerobic environments like wastewater treatment plants. And the end product of wastewater treatment plant anaerobic digestion is actually methane. So we can conceivably have this completely closed loop cradle-to-cradle cycle. This is the big dream, the big vision. But what we're focused on right now is taking methane, feeding it to bacteria to produce this biopolymer. Now, the biopolymer can go into a lot of different things. It's called PHA, polyhydroxyalkanoate. I'll spare you the technical details, but it's similar in performance to polypropylene, except that it's biodegradable. So it's used often for injection molded plastics, for fiber extrusion, but our first large commercial partner is with a Brazilian company called Natura. Americans may be familiar with them because they own The Body Shop and they own Avon. They also own Aesop. We produce the pellets that get melted down to make a biodegradable soap dish for them. But we are looking to expand and scale up our process. So we are a next generation biomanufacturing company. What I described in our cycle, this is not commonly done. We're one of the only companies on the planet right now that are feeding methane gas to bacteria to produce a bioproduct. But we know that this is the future. We've worked at the small benchtop scale for actually almost a couple decades now. We've had a pilot facility, and we've had a launch facility at Silicon Valley Clean Water in Redwood City, California, where we've been operating that since 2020. What we're looking for now is a site for our flagship plant. This will be on the order of 5 million pounds per year of product produced, and it'll be a significant scale up for our existing facility. Now, we've had a wonderful relationship with Redwood City and Silicon Valley Clean Water. The challenge there is we just don't have the square footage, we don't have the site, there's no space there to expand. So we're looking for our first commercial facility, and we would love for it to be located here in Vacaville. So you can see pictures of what this looks like. It's a 30-foot tall fermentation vessel, and we are looking to advance the site on the easterly in the easterly footprint, which is right here, right by the creek. So what we are looking for specifically is to use the methane that's on site. We would pay for it, and we are looking for a long-term supply agreement. So what we're looking for today is just approval to advance in the negotiations and the discussion here. But what we're ultimately looking for long-term is a host for this site. We want it to be a showcase for the bioeconomy. We anticipate local jobs, and we'd love to help highlight this region as a picture of economic and environmental resiliency. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to a question for Greg Ritchie.
I just want to thank you so much. I just want to congratulate you. This is amazing. It's pretty amazing. I had the opportunity to go to the bio conference, so bio life science conference the last few years. This project being the only facility outside of Silicon Valley, we have a rare opportunity to kind of put our money where our mouth is. We have all the right elements. We have the land, proximity, and right now we have a vision. We're currently working with John Burst and the whole team to really show that life science corridor between Davis and South San Francisco. Like, there's a chance. Like, when you're here, it's awesome. You're a female CEO. So that's awesome. But and really, that's a great accomplishment. And what you're doing and what you're creating is amazing. You're solving problems. You know, you're not adding on to another. You're becoming a new solution. You're solving problems. And I think to have Vacaville really put the stamp down, where we're having bio companies come to Vacaville. We're putting our mark right here as being the corridor and having the first of its kind. It really speaks to our vision. So I'm excited.
Thanks. Why we're here.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is awesome. The whole premise of what you guys do is really cool and amazing, especially this way we want to see the way Vacaville is going with biomanufacturing, advanced manufacturing. Also in the direction I like to go, more sustainability, renewable, not just energy, but renewable products as well, and using something that typically be a waste product and making something useful out of it that's not harmful to the environment. So yeah, I really like this idea and definitely supporting you guys moving forward with discussions with the city.
Councilmember Silva.
Just a few questions. How many jobs would you guys expect about to be formed by this?
We anticipate 45 permanent positions, and then construction and other contracting as support in addition to that.
So who are you going to hire from?
What?
Who are you going to hire from?
We'd love to hire local people. We need a range of people from entry-level positions to more senior-level management.
And then along those lines, does your company believe in contributing to some type of community benefit? I mean, you sat here for
we're
a couple hours.
Yeah, so we're a B Corp.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a number of programs and interested in advancing that as well.
including maybe perhaps some of the nonprofits today that are.
Yeah, we actually, so we do a lot of education as part of this. Depending on our relationship with the host site, we love to do tours and education, and we believe that actually that's a large part of our vision is educating the end consumer to vote with their dollars. So actually, part of my passion stems from someone who came to my second grade class and talked about plastics, and that's why I've been obsessed with this. So we very much believe in giving back, educating children, and we believe that Gen Z will ultimately, hopefully, save us from plastic pollution. So speaking to them.
And great teachers.
Yes.
Question for the city, have any other companies or express interest to the site since we're looking at exclusive negotiation rights?
No, Mango's the only one that's approached us with using property that they've asked for.
To play with fart. So if you guys don't know, methane's, yeah, never.
And burps too. It's in the burps.
The science side. Somebody would laugh. No, I think I'm happy. I know other comments, but I'm happy to support and really excited you guys consider Vacaville, and we look forward to seeing what you guys come back with along with staff to best serve mutual interest. Really excited.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for being here. I was excited when I read it in the agenda, and I'm even more excited to see you sitting there talking about it. It looks wonderful, and you're a fellow teacher, so I'm glad that you have this great idea and will save our planet. So.
Working on it.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. I concur with everything that's been stated thus far. I would like to ask, Councilmember Silva inquired about the number of jobs that the plant would create. What about the wages?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. Our current company wages range from $70K to $200K. So I would anticipate them being in that range.
That's the minimum?
Yeah, minimum is
around
65K.
70?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. I like the concept. Yeah, we got to do everything we can to save the earth.
Yep. Right.
Save the earth.
It's hard.
I have one question before we open up to public comment. Just out of curiosity, I mean, clearly you're interested in it. You've created a niche. If either you or staff can maybe explain how this opportunity came about, because it's not like you looked in the yellow pages for an opportunity like this, right? I mean, we clearly have what most people don't realize, a plant that is state of the art. We are in the Bay Area. And so how does a relationship like this, and I do understand this is just really an entry point, a point to begin negotiation from an exclusive right. But how does a relationship like this even start? Who picks up the phone and how did it happen?
I'm happy to answer that. So we have a database of every methane producer in the world that we track, and actually including planets as well, because there's methane on Titan and Mars. So we have a database and we track it and sort it by type. Anaerobic digestion from wastewater treatment plant is our favorite form of methane. And then we are looking for sites that are of a certain size. So generally the very large ones like Stickney in Chicago or EB Mud or San Jose, they often have programs to upgrade something with their methane. So we're looking for a sweet spot that's big enough that it makes economic sense, but small enough that the methane is still available. So Vacaville completely fits that. We're also looking for the cultural alignment. So the vision that we share here is not with every anaerobic digestion facility. So we're specifically looking at anaerobic digestion. That's like really the rate limiting step for us. And so we're looking for someone who wants to do something with their methane, who wants to host us. We anticipate people, our investors are from all over the world, as are our customers. So we anticipate a ton of actually hotel room visits and restaurants and coffee shop visits. But we are looking for a place where we can bring people from all over the world to visit this facility. So, and we're from California originally. It's just very hard to stay where we currently are in Redwood City. So we wanted a place where we could have a lot of international visitors. So in between Sacramento, San Jose, Oakland, and San Francisco, being able to fly in there, Vacaville just meets every single requirement we're looking for. And so we have a team that went through the whole database, a bunch of consultants that reached out, and that's how I got connected with Justin Cole.
Thank you. It's just an interesting question because it's not every day that you have an opportunity like this. And so anyway, with that, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Oh, you got another question? Okay, hold on a second. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Quickly, what is the byproduct from your operation?
So the byproduct is mainly cellular debris. So the bacteria produce the biopolymer inside their cell walls. So the residual is biomass, essentially, sort of like dirt that can be anaerobically digested back to methane. That's the key byproduct.
Okay. So a picture of the plant, very tall tower, like a silo. When I see that, I can envision smoke or something coming out of the...
Yeah, there's no smoke. I mean, the bacteria respire. There could be waste methane or there could be CO2 as part of the gas handling system, but no, the key product is biogas and PHA. That's where the carbon goes. So the bacteria are sort of like us. They, instead of eating sugar or fat, they eat methane, and then they produce the biopolymer inside their cell walls, sort of like how a human would get fat. And so you can imagine if we eat, we could get fat, we could get fat cells, we could release some heat, so the bacteria could release heat. They could kind of sweat, respire water. But there's no toxic byproducts, there's no smoke. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fermentation system. Yeah, exactly. It's like brewing beer.
If you go take a look at Genentech, they have similar ferment.
Yeah. It's very similar to anything Genentech would have, except we're feeding gas, and that's why you see those tall, skinny tanks, because you need a special design to feed the gas, and that's what makes our company unique, is that we're not doing sugar fermentation.
Thank you.
Sorry, too much technical detail.
Interesting. Thank you. All right, we're going to open up for public comment.
That sounds pretty exciting. I have a couple of questions. Well, one comment first. When I worked out at Fire Station 3, it's now 73, we had a vaccine producer there. And it was it had a certain ambiance, quite a smell. But you're going to be out easterly anyway, so I don't think that's going to be an issue. My question, well, we know that microplastics have already entered our food chain. And I'm curious if this would, because it's biodegradable, will eliminate microplastics, and then we won't have that issue in our food chain. That's just a question. Mind asking that?
That's correct. Yeah. It eliminates them, so we won't have that problem. Yeah.
Council, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just read in the description that there's truckloads going in at 5 per day or something like that. Is that bringing plastics in? What is that doing?
Those are anticipated deliveries. And it's perhaps an overestimate, but it's just the bacteria also need trace levels of nutrients. There could be other shipment for supplies and things like that.
Semis.
So, sir, if you could just direct your questions.
They're semis.
You just direct your questions to the council. And we need to ask the question.
So my question is also, are those semis coming and going from the facility? Okay. When you think about the location and the traffic patterns, I think that's a thing that's not looked at a lot of times, traffic patterns, especially for Elmira and stuff.
Sure. Good point. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that would have to be addressed as part of this feasibility study. There's probably a way to minimize that. It
currently is an industrial facility, and we do have a traffic route that basically avoids Elmira and the bridge that goes right over there by the corner of the plant. So it would just be kind of additive to what we already have.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Schillen.
Sir, do you live in Elmira?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I just want to clarify for the thank you for the public and those who are interested, may be impacted. So just to clarify, this is just to continue the conversations. It's not an official approval of this project. If in fact that comes back, is there an ETA, or how will the public know what's being proposed?
Like you said, this is just basically the process to start the negotiations with Mango Materials. I think anything that we do put together will come before this board for approval and adoption.
So I guess my point is just publicly, it's not a set deal, and a lot of those little details can continue to be worked out with staff. Mr. City Manager.
So just to be more specific, this is the first step, as everyone has shared. The next step is to figure out the terms, the development process, the specifics and the process. And so that will be brought back to the council in the form of a development and disposition agreement for your approval, and that will identify all the details of the terms of leasing the property. It will include the design review process, if there is one, and what that looks like, the timelines in which to deliver those items. That will all be brought back to City Council for consideration and discussion.
I'd like to motion to approve.
And the only action is just to adopt the subject resolution. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Item 9C.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very similar item to this item that you just reviewed. I confess that as I present this to you, I do not have all the cool graphics and the fun stories that go with it, but it is another environmental sustainability issue related to a proposed battery storage project. And so we have another proposed exclusive negotiation rights agreement with Menard Battery Storage LLC and the city on a particular piece of property owned by the city currently. And so next slide, please. So this is the old Gibson water treatment plant, as you'll see up there, located on North Leisure Town Road, north of North Village. And it's important to point out that the reason that this site is being selected for said use is because of its proximity to the PG&E substation that you can see immediately there to the east. The concept of a battery storage project is that the facility will be comprised of multiple battery storage facilities that will take advantage of peak or off-peak power that's coming from that PGE substation. So with that, next slide, please. So a little bit of background. In January of 2009, the city got approval for the final closure of the Gibson Canyon Creek wastewater treatment facility. Shortly thereafter, which means that the plant was closed. We had no further use for it. And so in February of 2020, the city council approved a resolution authorizing staff to move forward with declaring the property surplus property so that we could pursue other options for the use of that property, because after evaluating potential options for that site, we determined that the city does not have any need for that for any city facilities or services. So best thing we suggested to council at that time was to move forward with the surplus property. We also have an agreement with Mariani Company for that property that we detail in the staff report and the relationship with that particular group. And that agreement encourages the city to move forward with the sale of that property if deemed appropriate. So that's what occurred in February 2020. Shortly thereafter, in August of 2020, we received a request from Menard Energy to develop a full-scale battery storage facility on the site. At that time, because of some concerns about that particular industry and some occurrences in unfamiliarity with it, if you will, and some activities that occurred, the council at that time directed Menard Energy to explore other sites and more industrial zones. Next slide, please. And to their credit, Menard Energy did evaluate a variety of other sites, but they came back and explained that this particular property is the most optimum because of its proximity to the Vacaville substation that I mentioned to you before. And then most recently, they submitted another revised proposal. So with that, next slide. So This particular proposal that I'll show you a plan here in just a moment includes a new partner, a national partner, Vistra Energy. They made revisions to their site plan from the prior proposal, which made sure that the entire battery storage facility was less visible to the surrounding residential properties. And with this particular project, they incorporated a community recreation element. With that proposed and revised site plan, they are now requesting approval to enter into that negotiation rights agreement. That particular agreement would allow the city to work exclusively with Menard Energy Storage, but it does not ensure that the property is sold or that the project is approved for said use, as was explained in the prior item for consideration. Next slide, please. So here's a proposed site plan for the project. As you can see there on the east portion in gray, those are the proposed battery storage elements, and they're located north of the creek there, surrounded by vegetation and some new plantings and all. And so that is for purposes of screening the facility from the residential properties to the south and west. The community recreation element is shown there in concept. It does include in concept a variety of different elements. But I would just like to, ensure the council that, once again, this particular process is exclusively for allowing the first step in this process to move forward, to allow the Menard Energy Storage Company to begin all the data collection and the other pieces of the process for CEQA compliance, design review, public outreach, feasibility studies, health and safety. All those elements would have to be evaluated during this process should the council move forward with the NRA. So that is part of the evaluation before you. And as was shared at the last item, this in no way guarantees the approval of that particular project. So with that, so tonight we have the proposed NRA, which would allow a 12-month negotiating period. There is the ability to grant an additional 90 days if progress is being made, and potentially another 9-month extension, just because we're not only working with our local agency, but you're also working with the California Energy Commission. And some of the items to be negotiated, I've kind of highlighted already, but the property purchase terms, the development review process, the project schedule, and then details of the proposed community benefit. Keep in mind, I'll just mention that a little bit further, that we did recently adopt a Parks and Rec master plan, which has, some more immediate needs that were identified in there. And we also have to, evaluate what's needed, what's appropriate there, et cetera. So with that, next slide. This particular request before you is exempt from CEQA. There is no funds requested for this item at this time. And so our recommendation is that the council consider adopting the exclusive negotiating rights agreement with Menard Energy Storage to develop a battery energy storage facility. And we are available to answer any questions. Dale Fredericks from Menard Energy Storage is in attendance tonight as well, and he's available for questions also.
Thank you. Open up to the council for any questions, comments. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you, Aaron, or City Manager Bush. Just to clarify, no other groups have expressed interest in this particular property, correct?
That is correct.
And also that none of this is binding that it's going to happen. It just allows us to continue the conversation.
That is correct. And all those terms that we mentioned under negotiating terms would come back in the form of another development disposition agreement or an option agreement for council's consideration.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before I open it up? Councilmember Ritchie.
I just want to kind of echo off what Council Silva said. This is exploration, kind of discovery. I just want to make sure that when you bring your findings back the next time, I just want to make sure for the community that, we make sure that the fire services have the appropriate fire service tools like trucks, engine, equipment, and mitigation and training. So any event something goes wrong, we find out we're not understaffed or don't have the right training or tools and equipment to make sure if it goes wrong, we're able to handle. I'll make sure our fire department, if we need more engines or trucks or special training, that's a part of the study. So please make sure that's included. Work with our fire department, make sure you can analyze what we already have, what do we need to make sure that our community is safe.
Well, I'll just add a question. This is also, the property is surplus property, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to open it up to the public for comment.
Hello. I live on Leisuretown Road, just a few houses down from this proposed project. I wanted to speak to you today against putting a battery storage in a residential neighborhood because of safety concerns. You're going to have a lot of opposition if the city goes ahead and goes forward with this project and more people learn about it. There's only a handful of these facilities in the world. To my knowledge, there is no existing battery storage surrounded by residential homes. Most are located in an industrial area or in a big open space. I'm presuming Menard Energy will tell you that these facilities are perfectly safe, but I urge you to do your own research. Large battery storage is a new technology. No one knows the long-term effects of living next to one. But regardless, there has already been recorded malfunctioning equipment, fires, explosions, and toxic smoke at these places. The fires are extremely difficult to put out. Here in California, the Moss Landing battery storage was built in 2018. Since then, it has had 3 separate incidents in the last 2 years with batteries catching on fire or equipment malfunctioning, causing businesses and residents to shelter in place due to the dangers of breathing burned battery acid that is dangerous and even deadly. The Salt River Project in Arizona has 3 new battery storage facilities. 2 of those facilities have already caught fire. In 2019, safety measures in the building failed to contain the fire, and there was an explosion, injuring and hospitalizing several firefighters. So when a second facility caught fire just last year in 2022, they let the fire burn itself out. People working nearby complained of smoke that burned their eyes and throat. This forces businesses in the surrounding area to evacuate for 2 weeks. Finally, a robot was deployed inside to give the all clear. There are many other places with documented failures and fires if you look for them. Some fires caused by the very safety equipment that is supposed to stop them. My point being, I do not believe this belongs in a residential neighborhood. There is already roughly 600 households nearby, with 1,000 more homes being built in the North Village expansion. That's going to show up directly across in that empty lot that you saw on the map there. 1,000 more homes right across the street. This will surround the battery storage with houses and families and people that just want to live there safely. If the city intends to enter into this agreement, I hope they recognize that they will be liable to safely evacuate and displace nearly 2,000 residents if and when this becomes a problem. I'd like to know who would be responsible to oversee the maintenance of the facility and ensure all safety equipment is functioning properly. Can we count on Menard Energy and his partner? Do they have a good track record of producing safe energy facilities? If we're looking at Moss Landing as an example, I'd say no. Then if there's a fire, I'd also like to know who'd be responsible for the damage to personal property, potential loss of life, and health effects caused by the project. Would it be the city, Menard Energy, or both? My time is up. So my husband will continue.
If entered into this contract, the city should be prepared and able to fight these fires safely and have all necessary equipment and training, as told earlier. The sale of this property shouldn't put our first responders in danger in any way, as well as have a hazmat cleanup plan in place for leaked chemicals into groundwater. Plus, this site was a wastewater treatment site that still requires monitoring. Will it be able to be monitored with this development and battery storage buildings built on top of it? I know the city wants to sell this vacant land, but it doesn't seem the promised amenities such as community center warrants the potential dangers to the thousands of city and county residents living nearby. I can't find any large-scale battery storage system in residential areas. I can see why. They produce toxic smoke, catch on fire, require hazmat cleanups, and we don't know what the long-term effects are. They don't belong near homes, and I'm urging you to keep this away from ours. Thank you. Please vote no and move this project away from the people's homes and into an appropriate area. You talked about the business areas. That's more appropriate place. And in our research, the main danger is the toxic smoke that can be burning for weeks, displacing all residents. Can you or Menard Energy guarantee that that won't happen? And does the benefit of this actually outweigh the risks to the local residents? I'd want to make sure that there's enough liability insurance to cover the cost of the homes potentially lost in fires. And the business that's wanting to do this, Menards, they may give you all the answers you want to hear, but please do your own research. And the last thing I want to say is please consider building an asset to the community that does not negatively affect the local residents. We're all for building something that will help out the community. We're fine with that. But I don't believe that this battery storage is going to actually help out the local community at all. I believe this goes for California, but nothing local. And on top of it, we were talking about jobs earlier. How many jobs are going to be made for this for locals? How many local residents will benefit? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, come on up.
Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Stockton, members of the council staff. I'm Dale Fredericks here for Menard Energy Storage. I've had the pleasure working with prior council and staff for nearly 3 years to explore the feasibility of doing an energy storage project here in Stockton, in Vacaville, at a location that is ideal for both the project and the electric transmission system. And fundamentally, what the city has as a great asset, in a strange sense of the word, is this old Gibson Creek wastewater treatment plant site, which has been dormant for many years. It is immediately adjacent to the PG&E Vaca-Dixon substation, which is a major one in the state electric system, and is readily susceptible to interconnecting a large battery storage facility to the PG&E high voltage system. That's why we're focusing on this location. If you've ever visited the site, and it's difficult because there's a locked gate at the Legion Town Road entrance, but if you get back there, it's, number one, difficult to access because there's a wooden bridge across the creek. It's a large vacant facility. It's like a box canyon. As you drive in, immediately ahead of you is the massive infrastructure of this PG&E substation. And both sides, you're surrounded by multiple high voltage transmission lines. From the standpoint of a project like we're proposing, it's terrific, but from many other standpoints, it's about as ugly a site as one can imagine. No one would want to utilize it for any other use than a utility use, which it has been a utility use for generations. So it's an ideal location for the city and for a company like ours to pursue. Will it be safe? Absolutely, it's going to be safe. We will use state-of-the-art equipment for the batteries themselves, the fire suppression control systems, etc. Everyone wants it and requires it to be safe. Otherwise, you couldn't even finance it. This is a fundamental. And these stories that you sometimes hear about batteries catching on fire, and we've heard and seen pictures of Tesla cars catching on fire. That is old, antiquated technology, nothing at all like we would be utilizing for a utility scale energy storage facility. So we'll absolutely be safe. But fundamentally tonight, what we're asking the council to do is approve, as with the last project, going to the next step, negotiating some details with the city over price, terms, and fleshing out what this project is going to look like, how long it's going to take to build, other basic points that will be of interest. Then, as the city manager said, the next step that we will bring it back to you, and we're going to move quickly through this because we've done a lot of work already. We'll move quickly and bring it back to you for that next document, which is the development and disposition agreement, which will have the details fleshed out and set forth the conditions. Now, When we get to that point, we then go to the third step, which is permitting. We'll go through the entire permitting process required by CEQA. We'll do public outreach. All the issues that the citizens of Vacaville will be concerned about will be addressed at that time. It's not for tonight's discussion or decision. But we'll get to that, and I'm 100% confident we'll satisfy all the concerns of everyone about safety, visual impacts, and so forth. One of the things on the slides that the city manager put up tonight, it shows you an aerial view of that region. But if you were to stand along the entrance of Leisure Town Road, where people would enter for the energy site and for this new sports complex we're proposing as a community amenity, what you see today, and you go out there and look, in the distance you see all the PG&E infrastructure, the transmission lines, and trees along the creek. And that's what you'll see when this project is finished. Except you'll see more trees along the creek because we're proposing to plant more to further visually screen anything east of the creek where all this equipment will go. So you won't, as members of the public, you won't see this project once it's built. You won't hear it because it doesn't make noise. You won't smell it. It'll be oblivious to it. There's minimal traffic. We won't have that many employees. I don't know how many yet. But there'll be minimal traffic because it's all computer operated and overseen. So please tonight proceed with us to go to the next step. We'll demonstrate to everyone's total satisfaction that this is a terrific project for the city. And I'm confident that we'll answer all questions that members of the public will have about every aspect of it. Any other questions? I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Seeing none, I appreciate the information. Well, I do see Councilmember Chan. Okay, sorry. Yes.
Apologies if you have time for one more.
Absolutely. It's public comment right now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and congratulations all for your recent commitment here. My name is Clinton Mata. Most of you in the room know me as Clint. And what I saw was an opportunity for more youth opportunity for the sports fields and the future development. And as I looked at it, and it was a post on Facebook, I explored a little bit more. And it's a unique crossover between what I do as a volunteer and what I do as a profession. As a volunteer, I've been president of Little League for, a decade. Current baseball coach at Vacaville Christian High School. That's what I do in my free time. What I do in my profession is I'm a senior project manager for Total Energies that focuses on projects of this size. Currently manage projects in 31 states, just under $1 billion of revenue for Total. In the States, you would know a company called SunPower, and we own SunPower. We're the primary owners of them. Very familiar with the Moss Landing project and the defense of both parties that have spoke. That was a decommissioned nuclear site at one point that has had several issues, one in fire safety and then in an actual thermal event. And that's what we call it in the industry. We don't use the word fire very often. I believe, and I'm sure they can speak more to it, would be that system has been down more than it's been operational. In the last event in September, I believe it was 21st of 2022, that was significant. In fact, the fire department went on record about needing to let it burn out because you just simply can't fight this stuff with water. What we do in the industry is we spend quite a bit of money and due diligence in these types of projects. I believe, they're prepared to do so. Certain action items that I think would be very beneficial, and this would be part of that permitting process that we work with AHJs across the country, is a fire safety analysis of the batteries they wish to include. That's a pretty common practice to have that part of the permit packet. And I would like to share my love for the city, my passion for the business, and any questions that you guys and gals might have in regards to a professional opinion of such, I would like to offer my opinion. That's it.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? Cool.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Put my hat on as a citizen of Vacaville first. This excites me. Future energy storage, battery farm. It's where we need to be going. I can get excited about it. I know there's risks with lithium batteries, but to have the expertise to ask the right questions to be sure that safety risks are minimizing them. But I'd really like to see that happen. Personally, I live with lithium batteries. I drive an electric vehicle. I've got 3 Tesla batteries in my car. So I'm faced that risk personally and taking that. Let me put my tennis hat on. I'm president of the Solano Community Tennis Association. I just want to say thank you. What a difference a week makes. This time last week, we were preparing to speak to the Parks and Rec upcoming Centennial Park Master Plan. Will be coming to you soon. That plan shows the current 4 courts going away, 4 tennis courts going away, being replaced by 4 new courts in a location that can never be expanded. We've been talking for a year and a half now with folks about our need for a multi-court tennis complex, 8 to 12 courts to host the tennis family. We lost our home base for the tennis family at the Browns Valley Sports Club post-pandemic in the spring of 2021 when In-Shape Management decided to close the facility for organized tennis. So suddenly we're out on the streets without a way forward. We started talking to the city. We scrambled. We talked to the city, Parks and Rec staff. We worked with them to use the municipal courts for league play. That's only 4 courts not lighted. We started first conversations with the city park planner was in July of 2021, talking in terms of what our requirements and needs were going to be. Hopefully, if we could build that out. Centennial Park's 265 acres. We thought they could, fit 2 or 3 acres for tennis courts, large enough complex for tennis in there. The plan as it's going forward is not going to be that. So our path was stymied. Tennis is a social sport. It needs a larger facility for the whole family. Some of those things you saw with the nonprofits and all. That's kind of what we're looking to do. As we scrambled to make things happen, like I said, we coordinated with the staff, we worked with the park planner, we incorporated as a nonprofit so we could speak with one voice instead of a bunch of individuals. We've had the conversation continue throughout the years, and up until last week, we were discouraged because it seems like we weren't really being heard. Tennis has survived at some level, but we sorely missed the full spectrum of tennis activities that are only possible at a centralized home facility. It looked like there was no place to go. And then this. Saying, wow, what a difference a week makes. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sue Gibbs. I swim with the Vacaville Swim Club, and I just want to make a comment for the pool and for the swimmers in this town. I know the city has a partnership with the Vacaville Swim Club, and it's a wonderful partnership. And a 50-meter pool would make a huge difference in the recreational opportunities in Vacaville. I know that this is partly a community pool, but competitively wise, to have an Olympic-sized pool would really make a difference in the competitive level that Stockton swimmers can compete, and I'm sure Vacaville Swim Club would love to be a partner with you on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ken Wildung. I've been a Vacaville resident for 40 years and retired Air Force, as is Colonel Maras, our president. We're both Vietnam vets. And we take tennis very seriously. We've been playing tennis for years. I've played 58 matches. These are USTA matches. That's like 270 matches. And I'm still pretty healthy, even though I have 30% disability, and appreciate the comments made earlier. We're focusing not just on senior health, but learning and teaching youth of Vacaville. Our company, SCTA, has already received a sizable donation to encourage youth and children tennis. And this facility that we're just asking to, let's start negotiating. And we'll be on your team to help figure out what we really need out there. Is a lifesaver, because we've worked for, like Tony said, for nearly 2 years now with the constraints of 4 courts when we've had 27 courts prior to COVID. So our team and everything is just, we need that home facility to be able to bring good tennis we've had before back to Vacaville, back to the youth of Vacaville, so they can grow up strong like 80-plus-year-old president and 78-plus-year-old still playing competitive tennis vice president. Thank you for your service here, by the way. We really appreciate that. God bless.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for discussion. Vice Mayor Stockton.
Yes, thank you for everyone that came and either spoke tonight or has reached out to me. I'm interested in continuing the conversation, but I want to make it known now that nothing is more important than the safety of the people who live in our community. I happen to be good friends with the Dunns. They have helped keep our community safe in more ways than one, and it doesn't go unnoticed. Your concerns don't go unnoticed. But one of the things that you said, Bob, that I really think is important is do your own research. And so my commitment toward doing my own research is I would like to continue the conversation, because I think anytime we talk about something like this, we want to make sure we make the right decision and we consider all of the information. People have their concerns. Other people say it's safe. Let's find out. And part of that would be I would like to ask Mr. Fredericks if a group of our firefighters and hazmat experts from the city of Vacaville, along with myself and anybody else from the city that could come tour some of your facilities, speak with the staff, talk with some of these firefighters that may have encountered some of the problems at some of the facilities that at least you have access to, so that we can find out the answers. I also want to commend Mr. Fredericks. I know that this is the third time, at least the third time to come to the city. I think your offer, your proposal to include a community benefit, it certainly does not go unappreciated. And I know that for like the last 18 months, we've been hearing about tennis courts. And I've also heard a lot in that area about a pool. It's not a surprise to me that they were in that presentation, because it's in District 1, and those are two of the biggest amenities in District 1 that have been a hot topic of conversation. And so I appreciate you coming to the table. I appreciate you working with our local contractors to make sure that we have experienced people, local labor that would be building this project. So for me, this really comes down to, is it safe? That, along with the community outreach and making sure that folks that live in the area or live within the community can maybe help dial in some of the stuff that's on there. I know we've had quite a few questions and whatnot, but tonight just is about whether or not we're going to continue the conversation and whether we can do our own research. And so I look forward to getting some of those answers. Chief Concepcion, I'm really going to put a lot of this pressure on you, because the brave men and women that work for the Vacaville Fire Department are the ones that are going to be the first responders should there be something like this, something bad happen. So I really hope that you can be involved in whatever negotiations may happen, because ultimately, if it's $100 million asset and it's unsafe, I still can't support the project. There's no substitute for the lives of people that live here in our town or in general. So those are just my comments. I want to thank everybody who waited, that was patient tonight. I know we had kind of a long item earlier, but I do appreciate that you took the time to come here and speak tonight. Many of you have also reached out to me and other council members, and I appreciate that input. It does not go unnoticed. So,
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. To the city manager, during the presentation, am I correct in stating that CEQA or EIR is not required for this project?
No, as part of the next steps in the development and disposition agreement, we would evaluate the entitlement process, which would absolutely include a CEQA evaluation.
Okay, thank you.
And again, just a reminder, this is simply just to get into the door of discussion, council direction. Correct? Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, kind of echo a little bit what Councilmember Stockton brought up regarding the safety aspect. Yeah, the likelihood of something happening is fairly low, but it's still a possibility it could happen. So maybe in discussions with the city and Menard, is any specialized equipment needed to fight a lithium fire? Because we know water doesn't work, it's quite volatile when you mix the two together. That might be included in the community benefits, is providing the equipment and training required to fight that specific type of fire. Because yeah, you can't use water. And then also, as we're seeing like this week with the floods and the wind, is ensuring that the elevation, because yeah, there is creeks right there, that make sure it's above the floodplain and will not affect the batteries. Because yeah, we have that hazard mitigation plan where it shows the 100-year floods, 500-year floods, and what it is. But sometimes you might get exceptional weather like we have this week. It's like you're seeing in Santa Barbara and Monterey right now. A lot of stuff's underwater that was not projected to be underwater, even in their own plans. So yeah, it's things to consider for when you have discussions with the city regarding the site.
I just want to thank you for at least sharing the front end of this presentation. Obviously, you've been here before. It's my first involvement in front of a project like this. It's always interesting when we're trying to go into a new direction. Obviously, we've lived around PG&E in our community for a long time. And sometimes you just don't know the risks that are around you. But then when there's an introduction of something new, the unknown can be scary. And so I sit here very much similar to the comments that I've heard on the council. Public safety will always be the top priority. And so if a project like this doesn't meet that measure, then I believe that the same way the public views is you don't accept something that has high probability of a safety risk without truly understanding what that is. My belief is that just like in our previous, there's a discussion about safety out at the treatment plant, because what could this be? And so very similar to the prior project that was in front of us, it was an entry into the discussion to understand where we're at. And so for that, I'm in support of at least exploring what that looks like. I think we're in a position as a city, as we grow. I appreciate the question, do we get any real benefit out of it if it's likely to go to the grid, but so much of battery storage is really where it's going. A lot of homes have them. This is an opportunity for us to understand and learn more about what this could do for us. At the same time, weigh a benefit, but don't use that as the bypass for not looking at safety. So thank you for your comment. With that, seeing no other comments from the council, anyone want to entertain a motion? Vice Mayor Stockton.
yeah, I would motion that we have the conversation, that we allow them to negotiate, and that we do our research.
So, so we do this correctly. Does that meet the standard of the request here? Because it's far more technical than that.
Just to be clear, if we can state that you approve the resolution. Thank you.
There we go. Do I have a second? Okay. Councilmember Ritchie will second it. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes. Item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item before you is a resolution of the City Council approving the negotiated terms of memorandum of understanding between the city and our fire department groups. I'm going to turn it over to our negotiating team of Jessica Bowes, our HR Director, and Ken Matsumoto, our Finance Director, for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. A little bit of background on the VFA MOU for you tonight. The contract did expire on October 31st of last year. This contract has a total of 91 budgeted positions under the VFA, and those classifications are listed here. As a review of the negotiation process, it is a data-driven one. We look at things such as comparable agencies, the Consumer Price Index, recruitment and retention data. We receive proposals from the union. And of course, the most important thing is we take the city's budget into consideration. The negotiation team receives direction from the council once this data has been presented to them. And then we meet with the group and keep council updated through the process until a total tentative agreement is reached. During the process, the negotiation team meets with the group and then reports back to council in closed session. This process repeats itself until the team reaches total tentative agreement with the group. A total tentative agreement reflects the good faith effort to put forward an agreement that both parties support and that will receive approval from their respective constituents. VFA took a vote of their membership and reached ratification on the agreement proposed tonight. The agreement is being presented as a strike-through document attached to the staff report. Following council approval, that would be finalized for signatures from the respective parties. Details are in the strike-through, but a summary of the terms and conditions are listed here. It's a 3-year term, November 1, 2022 through October 31, 2025. Cost of living adjustments are as followed. A 5% increase would be effective December 25th of 2022. That is the current pay period we're processing right now. An additional 5% would be in November of 23 and a 4% in November of 24. We would begin a 1% city contribution to deferred compensation on behalf of all positions other than captain and assistant fire marshal. We would recognize Juneteenth as a holiday for this group. And we would have the addition of a new senior firefighter 1 level starting at 2.5% of base pay, designed to retain fully trained non-probationary employees. We would change the current senior firefighter 1 to a 2 and increase the compensation from 5 to 6%, and the current senior firefighter 2 to a 3 and increase that compensation from 10 to 11%. There's an increase in uniform allowance from the current $1,200 a year to $1,800 a year. And not listed here is an expansion on bereavement leave to include in-laws. The strike-through attachment shows brother and sister-in-law, but should also show grandparents-in-law, which will be added to the final document. We do have some cleanup language, as we usually do in most of our agreements. The addition of some PERS reportable compensation we've been doing as we get to each of the agreements. This was one of the final agreements we had that task to do. This increases transparency for the public as well as the employees to understand what is reported as part of their compensation for purposes of pension. We had some clarification on things like cash outs and department titles. And then in November, the council, the second of 3 parts of this resolution tonight is the impact on the fire managers group. In November, the council approved the new MOU for the fire managers group. As mentioned during that item, any higher COLAs or increases in specialty pay approved for the Vacaville Firefighters Association would apply to the FMG to maintain contractual differentials. Therefore, we also have before you for approval the implementation of those differentials based on tonight's VFA agreement and shown in strike-through in the attachment. So FMG will receive a 1% COLA effective the same time as VFA's 5%, the pay period that we're processing now. They also they received a 4% November 1st of 2022, and then the 5% COLA in November of 22. Then the compaction adjustments will be made incrementally to establish the same differentials as presented to you in November. Those were a 21% differential between the fire captain and the fire battalion chief, and 9.25 between the battalion chief and the deputy chief. And the same increase in uniform allowance. Also brought to you in November was merit increases for the city manager and city attorney. While it was the only meeting in November, it was a special council meeting due to the election and the Thanksgiving holiday in that month. Government Code Section 54956B requires executive salaries be approved at only regularly scheduled meetings. So no new or additional funds are being requested tonight, but to correct that action and make it comply with this regulation, we needed to bring it back to you for another approval. While labor negotiations and labor relations touch on several of the strategic plan goals and initiatives, the focus starts in 3 initiatives, 4A, B, and C. The successful completion of the process then impacts goals 1, 3, and 4. The total cost for the current fiscal year is $673,000. The cost over the term for VFA is $5.4 million. It's all general fund. And all the costs include the roll-up cost to reflect increases in pension normal cost where applicable. So by simple motion, we ask that you adopt the subject resolution, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Open up to the council for question. Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public.
Council, I just really felt the need to come down here tonight and truly thank all of you. This process has been long and wavering, some longer than others, to work through this. I truly feel like we probably started pretty far apart, and we really, truly, I can say we came together much different than any other negotiations process that I've been through. I've been through 4 of them. And again, I'd like to truly thank all of you for your time and efforts for this. And also, I really wanted to just to recognize the staff, Jessica Bose, Ken Matsumiya, Dimple Patel, and Eddie Kreisberg. Money well spent on Eddie. Did a fantastic job. But really, these folks really represented our city very well. Nothing but gratitude. Jessica, the fact that you're even down here tonight is admirable, to say the least. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else from the floor? I'll bring it back to the council. Councilmember Ritchie.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's still more comments here. We'll get to that approval, but we do have a motion to approve, but let me get to Councilmember Weil.
Thanks. I just had one question on your it was the last slide, where you talked about the total cost. I think it was 5.4 million. And that's the total cost of this increased package. Is that correct?
Yes, that's the total cost for the 3-year deal.
Right. So it's not the cost of personnel for that time. It's of the increase. That's the increase over the time. I just want to make that clear for people to understand.
Yeah, it's the total cost of the package.
All right, before the motion, I just want to say thank you to the Vacaville firefighters. And we truly do enjoy, I think, a public safety service here that's unique. Most don't understand that we're one of those rare organizations that have firefighter paramedics, and there's a lot of hard work that goes out there every day. So I just want to personally say thank you. With that, the motion is by simple motion to adopt the resolution, and I have a first, a second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Thank you very much. We will move on to Mr. City Manager, reports from you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, in light of the hour and the work ahead that you still need to do on the next item, I'll be very brief, but I was asked to give an update on the storm conditions and the magnificent work that our public works crews, our emergency services crews did in response to the flood. We've had a lot of needed weather recently, and through a lot of preparation work performed by our public works departments, our creeks were kept clear and clean, so that minimized the amount for potential flooding. But we did still experience some localized flooding throughout the city in the Tulare and Duxbury areas and Southwood. And because of that, we felt it necessary very early on Monday morning to open up our EOC, our Emergency Operations Center. In a minor capacity, we only had certain departments there necessary to coordinate resources and timely and strategic plans to address the flooding issues. Our teams were responded to over 40 calls for service. We had 12 trees going down, but our teams put out over 20 pallets of sandbags. We're very active in those areas that historically flood, putting out preventive maintenance, if you will, so that we quickly address the flooding concerns. There were no structures, no life-threatening issues as a result of their actions. We have seen the worst of the storms, albeit we will continue to receive more weather, which is needed, but based on our forecast, we've seen the worst, thankfully. But because the ground is saturated, our crews will continue to be proactive and be out there monitoring all the, what's going on so that we can stay in front of that and on top of it. So just wanted to give that update to you all. I mentioned it earlier in the meeting that, for anybody experiencing homeless during these times, the creeks are a popular habitat for homeless folks. And so if you are in need of services, reach out to our police department. Attention Captain Dave Kellis, and he'll be able to connect you with some resources. So with that, again, I'd like to thank Brian McClain and his team in Public Works, and then the two chiefs and their teams that staff the EOC and were out there keeping us safe. So with that, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly also commend the work. For many of us who've been in the city, the storm gauges are something we watch, and for whatever reason, we go to sleep and they seem fine, and you wake up in the morning and everything's at flood stage. And staff work very well. Public Works is always ready to clear the creeks, and the staff working together, and appreciate the update. Most people don't understand the network of information, whether it's PG&E or our own crews, and even yourself, making sure that we all know as a council what's going on. And so the public doesn't always see it, but it's happening behind the scenes, and very much appreciate all the work on behalf of the council. So thank you. There's other comments up here, so we'll go with Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Speaking of the minor flooding, I do reside in District 4, represent District 4. The streets that were identified in the news and in the papers, Gregory Drive is the street I reside on. Brookdale is 1 block down from me. So early during the wee hour, there were flashing lights out, 4 or 5 a.m., out employees at work. They were on top of what was happening in this area that continues to flood each time we have this type of weather. I went out to canvass District 4 the morning of, and the bridge to Laurie, it's a couple of blocks from my home, and I mean, residents from all over the city were there, parked along the bridge, watching the water in the creek, the flow, which it was going rather rapidly. I had an opportunity to speak with quite a few of the residents. Some resided right there in the Alamo Creek subdivision, and there were some that were in neighboring districts who came over to assist. There was this one, please allow me this time to share this. There was a truck of 4 men that passed by me, and I said, oh, that's strange. And Just so happened when I was driving around, I spotted them again in a cul-de-sac. And they were unloading sandbags. They came together as neighbors to help one another in that cul-de-sac. One gentleman shared with me that he left going to work around 4 a.m. His wife called a few hours later saying that she couldn't go to work because she was flooded in. He said it wasn't like that when he left. I have lived in, we bought our home brand new. It was the first development the Vacaville had in many years when we moved here. And we've been flooding there each time we have storms such as this. Right after the first storm, I believe it was the mayor at the time who said, I'm no engineer, but anyone knows water does not run uphill. The council has spoken and many community individuals, residents have come to say, well, we were promised something different, and that is not what we are receiving now. We don't want this, or whatever. Well, at the time we bought, there were 100 homes in that subdivision. And there was a plot of land that was supposed to have been left vacant as what's the correct term for it? Oh, yes, a retention, yes. But what happened, a developer came in and they built homes there instead. That also contributed to the problem. The comments that I heard, many, I even took pictures. You want to see some of them. Something needs to be done. And I've already chatted briefly with the city manager. Something needs to be done. One example, two things I'll share and then the young men in the cul-de-sac, they had mentioned that a drainage pipe had been installed between two properties. But what happened is when the water rises, it exceeds the draining pipe. So what happened? The water comes through the pipe back onto their property. I spoke with a young man, I'm sure state employee, federal employee, that monitored the canals. I had driven around into the development on the other side of Beelert Park and got out of my car, walked up. And as I was walking up, to the right is the canal. Perpendicular to the canal is the creek. Wait a minute, no, this way, yes, is the creek. So I went and I motioned, he came out of his truck, came up to the fence, and I said, why is it this water's not moving, but the creek water is raging? He said, this is controlled. The canals are controlled water. It's our potable water, our drinking water that comes from Berryessa. I mean, I've learned a lot doing this. And so he went on to say that they come out and patrol the area to make certain that the creek does not rise and the water would come over into that controlled canal. Good to know. He says that's why we often come and we cut down the large trees to prevent that from occurring. And I said, oh, okay. Well, pictures that I took were of trees when I was on the bridge, of large trees where erosion has washed off the earth surrounding the roots, waiting, in my opinion. But then I said, well, maybe they're leaving those trees there for a purpose. And after hearing him, I said, oh, well, maybe we need to do better with the creek and get them some of those large trees that has no protective earth on some of the roots. I am, and I'm very concerned, but if you ever come to me, I'll never make a promise that something will be done, but I listen and I will share it with the council and the city manager. And I'm doing much of that at this moment. We need to do something about that subdivision. We are the one right there where I live. I'm experiencing it. And it's not because I live there. If I didn't live there, we need to do something about it. We really do. And then I'm going to finish with this. One of the young men of the four shared, he says, we're all required to have flood insurance. I said, yeah, when I moved here, it wasn't. But after that first flood, we were required to get flood insurance. My home is elevated just enough where I could get a waiver, but I wouldn't dare. But what he shared, and I haven't verified this, I'm a researcher, and I am going to check it out. But what he did share is with flood insurance, 4 homes have to flood before you can get any reimbursement on your home if you flood. I mean, I sounds strange, but I said, well, I didn't read the fine print, but I'm going to check that out. If you have flood insurance, you can't be the only home to flood, or that insurance won't be enacted. So anyway, just wanted to share, I'm living it, and I'm speaking on behalf of many residents, 100 in particular, that live in that subdivision. And so keep us in prayer. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stockton. Thank you, everybody, for sticking in to the end. Great comments. Definitely. I'm interested. I was here for a flood when I was a young kid off of North Alamo, and I remember having to walk people out of their homes and hired. Definitely interested in that as well. And that being said, I wanted to thank Public Works folks that are out there braving the elements, trying to get those trees out of our creeks, clearing out drains. We have, there's a water overflow basin behind me, which it sounds like we need more in your area. And the storm had actually washed in quite a bit of debris that was blocking a severe amount of the pipes that they control. And one phone call, Brian McLean got his people out there. The public works staff came out there with like a Kubota tractor and cleared everything out right before the heavy storm hit. So I just wanted to tip my hat to you, Brian. You've got some great people that work for you. Vacaville's lucky to have you and all of them out there helping us through these difficult storms like that. And just wanted to recognize you for the hard work that you and all your people do. I also wanted to thank the city manager. I've been calling the city manager almost daily regarding the storm and making sure that we have services available for the homeless. He has been fabulous answering the phone in between different events with his family and making sure that we're staying informed on some of that stuff. So I just wanted to thank you, city manager, for returning those calls and letting me be a pest a little bit. But it is good to know that we have services available. And I just hope that we can do everything we can to make sure that the folks that are out there know that those services are available and that they'll call someone from the city. If they don't want to call the police, call the city manager's office, call somebody here. We will help. There is help out there if you need it. So if you have a family, they have hotel rooms. If you are by yourself and have dogs, that we have arrangements with shelters that will accommodate dogs. So there are services out there. Please call if you need them. Lastly, Councilmember Ritchie and I were excited enough to know that Vacaville has a new, I'm going to mess this up, centenarian. Did I say that right? Centenarian. Centenarian.
Hey, we're not there yet.
Oh, we're not.
No, this was just comments from
council.
Well, no, not quite yet. No, you're ahead of yourself.
No, I thought we were on reports from the council.
No, this is reports from city manager.
Oh, okay. Well,
So this was just commenting on some of the weather.
Yeah, sorry.
I know you're trying to get the closed session going, but that was my cue to at least interject. So this is just simply comments because of the reports from
All right, well, I got some
manager
good stuff for you.
on that. So if anyone else on the council wants to comment on the city manager's comments, otherwise we're going to move into the next one.
I do.
Are we good?
Can I? One more.
Okay.
Please.
All right,
Okay.
there you go.
All right, thank you. I promised, this is it. I wanted to thank the members of Public Works. They were out there. They worked, I took the time, and they took the time to chat with me. And let me share about a lady, elderly lady. I was on the bridge again. I asked her whether she needed any assistance. And she said her son had come in from someplace to, look in on her. However, she said, the city employees were out and they brought sandbags to her home. And it was very rewarding, very gratifying to hear that our people are out there doing what we would like for them to do, not that we expect for them to do, but that's the human side of us. So just wanted to commend the people, the employees.
I see lights, so I'm going to call on Silva. Okay. All right, we're going to step into reports of the city council, but it's 11A. We are at a place where we're going to nominate a selection of a new vice mayor. And so with that, typically, this is an annual position. I know last year, I appreciate working with Vice Mayor Stockton. I know prior to that, Vice Mayor Roberts. So it was one of those unique opportunities where you served about 7 months of the year, and Vice Mayor, you stepped in. I think both of you would recognize, I know in our conversations, there's a lot more that goes on when you are appointed either mayor or vice mayor to this council. There's a lot of commissions, and so we'll get to that after we appoint the next vice mayor. And so just want to open that up for discussion and to the council. Any conversation?
Nomination.
Sorry. Oh, there you go.
I just wanted to thank the council for giving me the opportunity to be the vice mayor, and especially the previous vice mayor, Roberts. We had conversations about running campaigns and using the vice mayor as political leverage in a campaign. And Jason, you are a man of your word, and you are an honorable person. And I enjoy being on this council with you. So I know we had that conversation, and you did kind of pass it over, and I think you do a great job for Vacaville, and it was an honor to have the opportunity, and I'm excited to see who's next. I think Vacaville is going to be lucky to have anybody else. So, thank you for that opportunity.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, kind of discussion, because, Councilmember Stockton and I were on the same page with, not using the title for political leverage, because, it's an appointed title. You're in it temporarily, not here the whole time. So one of the things, this may have to come back to future council meeting, but changing when the appointment's done to that June timeframe. So before campaigns actually begin, they'll change hands to somebody that's not currently campaigning. But I'll probably have to come back because we'll have to change date for that period. And with that, I'm open up to whoever interested in it or has the time and bandwidth for it for the next vice mayor.
Well, hold on a second. Councilmember Silva.
To me, it's, I should say my comments, but I love all you guys. And I think that, we just keep rotating. I want to nominate Jeanette to be our next vice mayor.
So do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second by Chapman. All those in favor?
Aye.
There you go. You just got involved.
Should ask her if she wanted.
I know.
No, you're not supposed to ask that, because then she could say no.
Okay, I was going to make that.
No, actually, I want to congratulate you.
But I didn't vote.
Well, all those against?
Doesn't matter.
Actually, I want to give you the floor for a minute, Councilmember Wiley. This might just be Vice Mayor Wiley. But to your point, I think it is important that you want to be able to serve and you have to have the time to do it. But I think that you would be a great asset to council.
Well, like has been said by other people, I think any of us would do a good job because we have a great council that we have been working together. I'm honored to have your support. I do feel like I put a lot into it and I have the time and I would do my very best to serve in that capacity. So, because I think everything that we do together is for the benefit of the city. And that's why I would also take the job and work alongside everyone here to serve as vice mayor for 1 year. And I won't be campaigning this year.
Well, thank you. And so that really takes us to at least to the next part of the reports of the city council, to be the city council assignments. And so the important part that I've realized is there are a lot of commissions and appointments. And so a lot of those go to the mayor, they go to the vice mayor as an alternate. So that's one of those where you be careful what you wish for. You find yourself on a lot of commissions and Form 700s and a lot of reading. But for those who have done it before, you know.
Most of them are not in back.
That's right. In front of me is the city mayor city council assignments. The first one is the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG. At this, the current assignment is Wiley and Silva. I have not heard any reason for change or any comment from them. I am recommending that stays consistent with the two of them in that appointment. On my list, the next one for appointment. Currently, Silva, you are on the Citizens Advisory Committee for California.
And I'm the chairman.
And you're the chairman. And so that would be the recommendation for the council to consider, that you would stay in that position. The next one is the City of Vacaville Audit Review Subcommittee. Currently, Councilmember Ritchie is on that. And you're already on it, right? Okay, well, your name's on it. So maybe, I don't know if that's an alternate or if that's a misprint.
Actually, both of them, this is an appointment where there are two members of the city
Right.
council that sit
I'm
on
just
that
looking at what was the past, so maybe, so you're on it. But it shows that you were already on it, but at this point, if you're willing to actually step into that role, that would be great. There are two positions. One was vacated by Councilmember Sullivan, and so there is a vacancy there for the Audit Review Committee. It meets once a year with our finance director to have an oversight internally to the council. And so if anyone is interested in
I'll follow.
all right.
No, I was gonna say you're in Nolan's old seat, so.
All right. So I'm going to recommend that Councilmember Ritchie and Councilmember Chapman fill that subcommittee. Moving right along. The next one is the League of California Cities North Bay Division. This is one where every member of the council is a part of that, so there's no action to take on that. The Solano County City County Coordinating Council, known as the 4 Cs, I will sit on that one by requirement. Several others are by requirement. Solano County Mayor's Committee, I will be on that. The Solano County Water Agency, I will be on that. And Vice Mayor Wiley, you will be the alternate on that. And that also requires Form 700. So you know. Next is the Solano Economic Development Court Board of Directors. That will be me by design of the commission or the EDC. Solano Transportation Authority, it's mayor and the alternate is vice mayor. Solano Water Authority, again, mayor and vice mayor. The Travis Community Consortium is Councilmember Roberts, continuing in that role. And the Travis Regional Armed Forces Committee, currently it's Roberts and Wiley. It's open to all city council members. I will be joining that. But it is, according to this, it's open to any and all. Is that correct? Or is there any restrictions on that? No restriction. So at that point, just to keep it with it being overwhelmed, Roberts, Wiley, and myself. And the Vacaville Dixon Greenbelt Authority, Stockton and Ritchie. The Vacaville Fairfield Greenbelt Authority will be Roberts and Wiley. Last page. I sit as an appointee to the Vacaville Museum Board of Trustees. Then,
Mr. Mayor?
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. There was one item on the bottom of page 3, Vacaville School District 3x3.
Okay. Okay. I was handed a different page.
I apologize then.
So it's on here. It's coming. Vacaville, that's what's next. So what's next is the Vacaville Unified School District 3x3, and that will be Councilmember Silva, Councilmember Chapman, and Councilmember Stockton. The Vacaville Travis Unified School District 2x2 will be now Vice Mayor Wiley and Councilmember Robert. And then the Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District, currently it's the appointee is Wiley and the alternate is Silva, and I intend to leave that alone. So with that, any action that needs to be taken, does it require a vote?
Yes, it requires vote to confirm your appointments.
All right, so that's my recommendations for appointments. General, or just would it be better for a roll call? So does anybody have comments with that before I give one? Vice Mayor Stockton.
I just wanted to add that in the absence of either myself or council member Roberts, can we list a second alternate to go to the homeless Castellano for the mayor to be there as the,
I don't.
because we do try to have 2 people there at every single one. If one of us is going to miss.
Follow-up question?
Yeah.
I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Amy Sharp allows, everything's under the Brown Act. So if multiple electeds wanted to attend to where there was a quorum, if there were a quorum, it would still be legal for multiple of us to attend.
That it would be legal?
It would be legal, L-E-G-A-L.
Okay.
Oh, you can, yes, you can sit in the audience.
Right. Sorry. Because on occasion, just like after, I mean, I attended even though I wasn't part of it because Sullivan was part of it before and I was interested. So it's very informative. And I appreciate you're willing to step up on that, but I think at this point, it's probably best to leave it the way it is, knowing that you can.
In the past, we've just reached out to whoever to make sure that somebody was going to be there if there was. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Ritchie.
So I would like to find a way to revise the Travis Community Consortium, or I may join with you guys, the Travis Regional Reports Committee. As Roberts is kind of like, Roberts is actively in the military. It's part of that. So I think having another voice and having someone else be a part of that would be beneficial. And one of the things I'd like to highlight, there is, I'm due to my special election, I had to run after my friend Mitch Ashburn. That's the reason why when you guys read this sheet, there was literally like 1 or 2 committees I was on because all the committees were set prior to me being elected. So there's a method madness why you guys heard a big rundown of everyone except for Greg. So you guys are busy, I'm not, but there's always a silver lining in that. But I want to make sure that the Travis Community Consortium has another voice. You know, one of the things that has not been highlighted, I've highlighted a few times, we're in a unique position with Travis. And I think having outside opinions really makes sure that the voice is heard and the community understands the value of Travis. Travis is about to install a third wing. If we blow it, the U.S. government is looking at Oregon. Right now, they bring $3 billion to our community. If we blow it, if we don't understand the value that Traffic Air Force Base brings to Solano County, Vacaville, Fairfield, they will move that third wing to Oregon, and we will become the next Mare Island. We can't blow it. We need to understand the value that Travis brings to our community. And so I really want to make sure that I'm part of that. Therefore, that 800-pound, that gorilla in the room, the elephant's not missed. Like, oh yeah, I forgot to mention how important you guys are. So the community benefit to having Travis to be at the forefront of Vacaville is important. So I'll make sure that I'm part of that to make sure that the flag's raised. Hey guys, we need to make sure that we cooperate, communicate, and weave Travis into our community to make sure that they get the contract to bring that third wing here to have, I think it's 3,000 members come. It's a big, big deal. And we are close to blowing it. If we don't do what Travis needs to do to enable the wing to have schools, education, housing, and all the facilities they need to justify the federal government bringing that here, we're going to blow it. And so that money will go to Oregon and we'll lose. And so if we continue this path and not realizing what we have in front of us, we're going to be in trouble. So I want to make sure my voice is kind of in the room to make sure that that's brought to the forefront.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I was going to say the Travis Community Consortium has yet to meet in 2 years. So that's one of those things. I know part of it is COVID because federal people come in and out of there.
True, yeah. But I mean,
the TRAFC, the Armed Forces Committee, that's open to everybody. So you can
fully understand. But in the last 2 years, no one's mentioned what I just said. Yeah. So it's, I mean, you guys have been on the committee, but the community doesn't realize what I just said. That's a big problem.
Yeah.
But I need to be here to make sure everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that one. Yeah, because you did miss a lot of things for the appointments because you're a special election. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you want to take that, you're more than welcome. I don't know if it's a singular appointment or does it?
Well, that's a question. It doesn't show that there's an alternate, but is there an alternate capability on this?
I do believe that there's an opportunity to perhaps have two members, but we can double check on that.
I think Fairfield has 2 members on it.
Yeah, I believe that we've had more than one member in the past.
Right. It's just the other one will allow more than 2.
Yeah, the other one's a Chamber of Commerce function, so all the members
We can
of
show
council
up,
can, you can
Yeah,
show
show
us just updates from the base and how it involves like business and the community.
So if I understand this right, then if we can have an alternate on that particular one, I'm not opposed as long as we confirm that and we can take action tonight that it would create the primary and alternate and put you in a position of the alternate for now. And it puts both of you on it for attending. That works for me. Anybody else have comments on that? Councilmember Wiley?
I was just going to say, you could take my name off of the Fairfield Greenbelt and put Councilmember Richie's name on that. That's not because I'm adding to these other committees as well. And I don't want to give up the yellow zone on air quality or track because I've been pretty active with those, but the Fairfield Greenbelt hasn't done much. And I'd be happy to.
Greg, I can bother him and make him get more active.
So you don't want it?
I mean, I don't have any for rest, so just keep it.
Well, yeah, I would say, like I said, there's a lot of things that are going to change around here, but at this point, it seems to be you're not interested in that. You're interested in the
just the title.
And if you're interested in another one, there's a Travis Unified 2x2. I'm more than happy to let Greg step up into that, or Councilmember Ritchie step into that position if you wanted. Okay. Travis Unified, Vacaville City Council 2x2.
So now what we're having is we're having an offering up of positions for your take.
I know because he didn't get very many appointments because of his thing, but yeah, if you want to be more involved with Travis and that side of the town that he lives on, there's a Travis 2x2, which is finally starting to go. If he does want to additional.
The Unified School District?
Yeah, the Travis Unified.
I might stay on that.
So at this point, just for the simplicity, I know that this is why we're having this discussion. This is where it kind of reveals where your interests are, but they're also city responsibilities. So I think at this point, just for the interest of time and I'm going to amend at least my position on the Travis Community Consortium and add Richie along with that. And we'll leave the rest alone. So, Vice Mayor Wiley, you will assume that continued responsibility there. All right. Thank you. And hopefully we'll have more meetings than you have had in the last 2 years, all of you, because of COVID. So did we cover all the commissions that we were supposed to? I knew this was going to be an interesting night, so. All right. So we are still, yeah, we still need to vote on that.
The mayor's recommendations.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so those will be the appointments for 2023. We still have reports of city council. So now we'll go into, there you go, Vice Mayor Stockton.
Nice.
For
Did I
the
win?
remainder of the meeting.
Yes. Okay, well, how do I pronounce it again? Centenarian. Yes, so Greg and I learned of a Eugene Peterson, Leisure Town resident that likes to volunteer, I believe, at Travis. He's hit 100 years old on December 28th. And so he was not able to make the meeting today, but Mayor Carly, thank you for signing this certification, this certificate. We'll get it to him. If anybody wants to come and give this gentleman the certificate and maybe hear some stories, I'm sure he could tell some stories. So I just wanted to thank the council and the community for letting us know about such an amazing achievement. 100 years. Pretty amazing. So.
He was a Army veteran, one of the few E9. Military, there wasn't a lot of E9. We had nothing to do with it.
Right. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Make sure that we're aware whenever you may be able to make that, and maybe more of us can go with that visit and hear some stories.
My apologies for the rowdy people in the crowd.
You might know that.
It's like,
Councilmember Richie, or unless, did you have anything else?
No, that was it. I already said everything else during city manager comments.
Okay, so before I have my prepared stuff, I want to kind of follow up on what Councilwoman Chapman about. There's a way that public works. Maybe we can, I think we all benefit from kind of doing a creek walk. I rode my kiddos on the whole trail, started out to the corner of Elmira and Nut Tree, Elmira and Leisure Town, went all the way through the path. And it was amazing. There is a lot of trees, a lot of foliage. And so maybe it might be a good exercise. We actually take a walk to see some of the trees that are suffering from erosion, possibly be a health and safety issue along the creek bed that could fall over, block it up, cause more problems in general. Maybe that's something that we can agendize. It's a good idea for us maybe to walk the creek and really see what's going on. Maybe we'll find out more than we really realize. Besides, there's a lot of people, a lot of stuff on the trail that shouldn't be there. So maybe eye-opening. Now, on my prepared stuff, so it's pretty amazing. MLK Day will be this 16th, this Monday, here at Andrews Park. Weather permitting, who knows at this point. So they're trying to bust their butt, figure out alternatives. So they're working with the city right now. But it's really special to me. My goal is for our community to come together to celebrate a man who died, serving not just African Americans, fighting to gain equality in every sense of the word, and for the end of segregation in America, but for all Americans and people over the world to be released from both mental, physical, racial, and social bondages. That man was amazing, and I think it's something that just because he's an African-American man and he was fighting during civil rights, his purpose, his power, his passion was to really free the minds, hearts, and souls of everybody. And for me, it's really special. I said a lot of times, my goal is our nation is able to say, like I do often in my personal life, I am living the dream of Martin Luther King. I'm here today to ensure that this is possible for generations to come. You know, one reason I'm elected to step up. If you have the opportunity to serve, you have the opportunity to make a difference, you do it. Throughout my life, it feels like there's a woulda, coulda, shoulda, just take action. You know, I truly feel that through all the hard effort, the work, the blood and tears of people in front of me, like my parents and their parents, I'm able to be here standing next to this man and this man. And we're all three different races, but we'll have a common accord to make this community better. You know, it's amazing some of the struggles we've gone through in this country. So I'm in the Air Force. My father is a U.S. Air Force pilot. He's still alive, still here. When he was flying, he was the only African-American in the whole battalion. And 4 out of 8 Air Force bases wouldn't even let him land a plane if the tower knew he was flying the plane. He got a scholarship, played with Larry Bird. Back then, you're not allowed to have more than 1 African-American on the floor at a time and 2 on a team. I mean, living through Jim Crow and segregation is crazy. My wife, she's Jewish. Both sides of her families made it through concentration camps. So it's amazing. I had the opportunity to, before her grandparents died, build a relationship with them. It's amazing what to sit in the room with her grandfather, who, after 40 years, he found out his brother was still alive. They passed notes through a little mouse hole. And it's amazing that when he saw me starting to date his granddaughter, he said, "Son, I don't care what color you are. I've been through so much trials, tribulations, and pain. All I care is you have a good heart." And seeing that man go through Auschwitz and make it, and come to America, and come here and make it be successful, that is, the dream is for all of us to come together. And like, I see that conversation is always a sick with me. He's been through the hardest times you can ever imagine. And bottom line is he just was able to judge, not by color, race, creed, by your heart. And so for me, it's very personal. Like, his dream, yeah, it seems sometimes we turn the news on, we're losing it. But other times, you know, we focus on the negative, we're going to go down the rabbit hole of problems. We got to come together. And so I think just the overall acknowledgement of what he is, it's not as a Black man that was trying to help Black people in the South, but as a person that just wanted better for everybody. So I just really wish we can all come together and just celebrate the day. That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Silva.
Follow up on that. So thank you, council member. Thank you, Greg, for sharing and your family's history. I know there's a lot of it, particularly this being a military town, an area, and it's brought a lot of different folks and different perspectives to the area. So, and we all come with a lot of history, and some lines more than others. So I'm going to try to go through my stuff quickly, respectively. So MLK, that celebration, if you all can, just please, stop by. It's be the 3rd year. Every year the kids come out and just to hear their voices read a speech, and just seeing the natural diversity that's represented throughout our youth, how they come together is, where this country's headed, and where particularly Solano County's headed as the most diverse county in the nation. So, if we can make things happen here, I honestly believe we can be a model for the rest of the nation, particularly with a lot of the economic development efforts that ideally are going to lead to more economic prosperity, subject to making sure that we have the skill sets and education to pursue those. And those things, all of us have a different perspective and a different strong interest in how we help address and foster the growth within that next generation to keep things going great and making sure this land continues to be the land of opportunity for everyone, as it has for us. So one thing I just want to mention to the public, I plan on having what I'm going to call a listening session. This is a result of a lot of concerns, particularly in the lower Callan area. So this is going to be on January 31st, 6 to 7 p.m. A local restaurant, Hecho en Mexico, has offered their space, so that's where it will be held. I plan on particularly talking about neighborhood watch groups, and in addition to listening to other concerns that have been addressed or brought up within the respective area. So all are welcome, but I do plan on trying to rotate different topics monthly in different areas throughout at least the next year. January 31st, 6 to 7 p.m. at Hecho, Mexico, or Hecho in Mexico. That was probably bad. Number 2, Public Works. I had a couple calls, and they said, Mike, make sure you thank them. I saw them the last season. There was a huge rainstorm that came through. Every time there was backed up flood, they went in there and did their best to alleviate it. I know there's other members, of the council and the audience that have regular flooding, always that concern. There's actually some apartments that are on the north end of Meadows. They actually have water running into their front doorway. So picked up the kid, came back, and luckily somebody, I'm guessing from the maintenance, tried to dig a little French drain ditch to irrigate it. So it's just there's all those weird anomalies, and I think a lot of times as we continue to pick those up, I know our Public Works obviously have been very assertive and proactive in addressing those, going to address those hot areas as best they can. But it's also important for the public to know that there's only so many folks. There's a lot of things that lead up to clogged drains, but making sure that we call it in, eventually they come around to address it. So definitely appreciate that as we continue to talk about and look at how we improve the infrastructure, where it's needed. So my next, I got 4 more items. So earlier I talked about a youth roundtable committee, not a commission. What I would like to do is to make a motion to bring back a discussion on the value of whether or not the council would like to continue the discussions of actually implementing a youth roundtable committee, where the city manager will be the chair of this. And this would be, this is an effort and there's a result of a lot of feedback that I've had from past couple decades on how to more empower the youth roundtable and bring in some key individuals, not just from the city, but from county and school district and all those else who are interested, not just to have a meeting, but to update folks on the progress of different identified priorities of how we address issues that directly relate to our youth or those who support our youth. So I'd like to make that motion to bring in a future agenda to talk about a youth roundtable committee.
Well, before we do that, real quick, Mr. City Manager, can you share at least the status? Because we have a youth roundtable with a strategic plan, and so we need to make sure that whatever we do, whatever is brought back, it's really in alignment with the detailed work that's been happening. It may have been shuttered a little bit during the pandemic, but there's been a lot of work with a youth roundtable in the city.
Yes, we currently have, they're probably our last surviving roundtable effort right now. And they currently are meeting monthly, I believe. And our Parks and Rec department is actively leading that effort. What I hear Councilmember Silva suggesting is that we try, with the council's permission and discussion, we explore making that effort perhaps a little bit more robust and proactive. And so if that's the will of the council, we can certainly bring back what we're currently doing through the roundtable forum, and then have a dialogue and discussion about, what are some of the ideas to expand upon that. So it is complementary or not duplicative or, taking away from other resources, because I think, that's one of the toughest things about the roundtables that we have. While they're very well intentioned, some of them have had to be put on temporary hold because of resources and honestly interest. And so we can certainly talk about that if that's the will of the council. My question would be, timing, when we'd want to do that. As I've shared with council, we're hoping to do a goal-setting session here in the first quarter of this year. Perhaps that could be a part of that discussion and dialogue, but I'll defer to the council and the timing.
Just to follow up on some of the comments, the goal is to centralize these efforts because currently things are, a lot of folks are working siloed even prior to the pandemic. And as a result, like even today with a lot of the nonprofit that relate to youth, that's something that I think could have been vetted and addressed within that particular body to where that body can then bring it back to council and say, hey, here's what we need. Here's what our kids need. Here's what our families or other support staff need to help address the needs of our youth. And so having that centralized body would allow everybody to one, go through the city manager would ideally be the chair, ultimately responsible to help navigate and help address the concerns that continue. Spent good 2 hours and still haven't really come to 100% consensus. But this body in itself could do a lot of that vetting and it'd be representative of those who are absolutely committed to the well-being of our development of our youth. So that's my motion.
Well, I would simply support that, except for I would ask for the amendment to look at the other roundtables because for many years, half the roundtables or half the nonprofits that were here submitting were at my monthly meeting for 7 years. And during the pandemic, it really hasn't come together. So there's been this separation of interests and the silos. And so I agree that needs to happen, but I think it needs to be holistically and maybe, as you suggest, bring it back in a more strategic discussion on being able to provide that input, whether it's then or bringing it back to council. But we have roundtables and maybe we're not utilizing them as best as we can. Maybe that's one of the angles that we need to focus on. Because I went to many youth roundtables for many, many years.
Forgive me for interrupting. I think the goal is, I would love to have the conversation right now, but because the Brown Act, I think that's why I put the motion. Sure. Maybe what's best is we just get an update of the current structure, what's going on, and then pursue how the council decides moving forward. My goal of the motion is that this comes from the direction of the council and the expectations as a council for our community and how we serve.
What you just said, I would second. That's your motion, to bring it back to council to give an update on where the status of our youth roundtable, our homeless roundtable, and senior roundtable, and make decisions that maybe we can use in future strategic planning discussion, but it will maybe report out at a future council meeting to help us understand where it stands. But I do support that, and I'll second that. All those in favor?
All right.
Opposed?
All right, next one.
So just to clarify, it's just to bring back presentation to the council so that we better understand the status of our roundtables, which may help us understand in strategic planning or to make decisions. So, okay.
Yes, including the committee. Number 2, or actually whatever number, there was a request to talk about our direct staff about a senior center. I think that was part of the discussions, right? At one point, that was part of discussions for the Leisure Town development. I do remember following up on that. My planning commissioner followed up, made a comment about that. I do think it's something that's worthwhile looking into and at least having that conversation. So my next motion would be to direct staff to create a comparative analysis of a senior center with different amenities in town, as well as bringing back a discussion on improving our current senior center or presentation on updating that. Give me a second.
Is there a second on the floor?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So can you just clarify your motion?
Staff, the motion is to the council. The motion is to ask for council. Sorry, the motion is to request staff to pursue a comparative analysis of senior center.
If I can just try to add some substance to that. So we currently have a city council approved Parks and Rec master plan, which includes, facilities as well as services and parks and programs and things like that. One of the things that I've asked our Parks and Recreation Director, Reggie Howard, to bring back to council is he's been working with his group in the Parks and Recreation Commission about priorities and implementation of that Parks and Rec master plan now that it's approved. And, what are their recommendations for meeting the community need? And so I think that there will be an opportunity before the council here soon about that particular conversation, at which point I think, we can certainly include in that conversation where a second senior center fits into that discussion. And then you'll have the benefit of the commission's recommendations and staff's recommendations as to what are some of the other competing priorities. And that way you see the full picture and not just, what is the need for a senior center. I don't disagree that it would be nice to have one of those, but I also know that there are other demands for other park amenities and facilities and similar type community facilities. So if that's acceptable to this council, as a potential option, we can bring that as part of that conversation. And then if you still feel the need to have that conversation about focusing in on a second senior center, we can absolutely have that as follow-up to that effort.
It just, only question is when should we expect that, or when should the public expect that? I think just some background from different discussions I've heard, for over 2 years now, is our Measure M funds and how we're allocating them, particularly in more robust infrastructure that helps address our different public needs. So I don't know if that's where the gentleman's coming from, or former council members coming from, but those are discussions that I know that's happening. And I think the data, I think that is key for the council or whoever will be in place to use that data to help make those robust decisions. And so to me, that's why I'm looking for that. So when do we expect that discussion?
So I think we can accommodate that request as part of a variety of efforts that we anticipate bringing to you within the first quarter, if not, the second quarter, because what you're describing is how we prioritize the council's, visions and goals for the city. And then once we identify those, how do we put those into our budget and make those real priorities, correct? So I believe that they're still working on their effort with the Parks and Rec Commission. I think that will be done in the first quarter of this year. And then from there, we can bring it to council as part of your goals and priority discussion, and have the big picture conversation about Measure M, about other, needs and services that the city's expected to provide. And then from there, once we hear you out, then we can begin to explore that as part of the budget process.
All right, so I'm okay with that. So it's okay, I'll take off the motion. And then, so I think that leads into the next issue. We've been delayed at least almost a year for a collaborative meeting with our Parks and Rec Commission. And so I think my suggestion is, it's not a motion, just I'll leave it out there for the council. But I think the sooner we can have a discussion as this new council is in place about our goals, about our priorities. And then but that absolutely segue into forming a collaborative meeting between our council and Parks and Rec commissioners, our council and our planning commissioners. I think then based on the priorities that the council decides, I think we can particularly give a lot more direction if it's still being sought from our Parks and Rec commissioners particularly. So that's some feedback. Last motion that I'm done. There is some laws changing, I understand, on how much revenue can be reimbursed or paid out, for solar power. Earlier, we're talking about implementing battery storage. So to me, that tells me there's a significant amount of potential and opportunity to become much more energy independent as a city. I know this is something I suspect this is something that's going to come up with when we meet as a council to talk about our priorities as far as energy efficiency. But due to my understanding, a deadline coming up possibly in April about reduced reimbursement funds from energy collected from solar power. I would like council, I would like to make a motion to direct the city manager to follow up or assign staff to look into possibility of pursuing certain solar projects within town with the intent of either reducing cost or generating income that can then in turn be reimbursed back, and council decides how to reinvest that.
If I may, we're currently working on that effort.
Okay, thank you. When are we going to answer?
Before April.
Thank you, Aaron. Anything else? Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. As most other council members here, I just want to thank Public Works for their quick work in the flood. One of the operations section chiefs I work with at Cal OES lives in that area here in Vacaville, so he's asking me about it constantly while I was at work. And then also on New Year's Eve on, I believe it was Mason and Davis, there's a fairly large pothole developed in the rain in the middle of the intersection. I got several calls on it from people hitting it, and they went out and fixed it, or at least filled it so it wouldn't create an issue within like probably about 2 hours calling them. So yeah, good job your staff on that. For the PD and fire, they did the 2 critical incident exercises on December 28th and the 4th. Did a fantastic job. I believe on the 28th, there was, I think, 70 volunteers, mostly students from the school district. And then on the 4th, there's more than that. I think it's probably closer to 100. So getting the whole community involved in that aspect. They did really well with the training. Full exercise, I saw a lot of posts on Facebook. A lot of people thought something was actually going on, even though it was put all over social media and the paper and everything. I'd also like to thank Fairfield PD, who came out and pretty much ran the exercise or instructed everybody, gave guidance, because they have a team that travels around and teaches this type of response. So good job to public safety, both Fairfield and Vacaville, for those exercises. I'd like to see them happen more often, especially if you enable more people to come to Vacaville. Need to train those people up as well. Let's see, what do I have? For city manager, one of the things I'd like to look at is possibly bringing it to council sometime before winter's over. But looking at our warming center triggers, because I think the one that we have now is very subpar. It should be more aligned with cold weather injuries instead of just freezing outside and you'll die from hypothermia or frostbite. So looking at different triggers for different type of cold weather injuries is not just to keep them alive, but also keep them from our public from injury as well. So I know chilblain you can get between 40 and 50 degrees, depending on wind. If you add water to that, yeah, you run the risk of hypothermia above freezing temperatures. And then, yeah, it's below freezing. Yeah, it's cold enough to die from hypothermia, especially those that are living outside. So yeah, I'd really like to see some come back to council on possibly adjusting those. I know it's not the standard, but because other cities are like 3 days at 32 degrees triggers warming shelters. I believe that's our current standard right now.
That's our current standard. Keep in mind, you know, we do have resources, but we don't have a specific warming shelter. So, you know, that would be something that you have to
or some
consider.
type of plan, not necessarily like.
Right. So depending on what you're looking at, the magnitude of what you're, you know, looking for, you know, it could be something that is actually being discussed as part of the Capsilano, you know, JPA effort. So I would just, you know, be mindful of those efforts that are going on as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's still trying to get together over there, but yeah, it's like, it's also worth reaching out to community partners like Kaiser and North Bay or Sutter, other hospitals in the area, because I'm sure those cold weather stuff costs them a lot of money. So it might be worthwhile for them to start chipping in and helping out with those. And then the last thing I have is something I brought up almost a year ago and it's never brought back was, and I'll end up making a motion on this, but establishing an emergency management or community emergency management or preparedness roundtable. I think that's really needed, and if we're looking for, and for new FEMA guidance, whole community involvement and input and emergency planning is the number one step in their new plan. So it's kind of required. So I'm going to motion to bring back to council for discussion on ways to approach it. I think a roundtable would probably be the least formal and easiest to get going at one of the April council meetings.
So I'm not kicking the can, as it may, although it may seem that way. But again, I think what my hope for with the goal setting session with the council is to establish your priorities. And the reason we do that exercise is to make sure that we don't overcommit and underdeliver. And so I think, you know, what you're asking for, I think can be accomplished at that goal setting session where you're having that, you know, full council dialogue about what's the priority. And certainly if that comes up as under one of our goals for public safety, and that's something that the council wants us to invest in further, then we dedicate the resources and our priorities going forward with that. And so if you're comfortable with that.
It's not a city council priority, it's a FEMA priority for emergency management and disaster response. So if we do have disaster and we're not following their guidelines, it's going to limit our ability for reimbursement on that aspect. So it's not really our priority to do. It's a federal standard for it.
Understood. And so per so in that particular element, you know, with our hazard mitigation plan, our public safety team is working on that and making sure that we're compliant with all the federal and state and local requirements and all. So that's one thing. But as far as the committee and the roundtable and everything, I think that goes a little bit further beyond that. And so that was the only reason for my suggestion to have that conversation group wide as the council for, do you want to expand on that to take it further than what the code
it's not really taking it further because in the guidelines it says a whole community planning group, which we don't currently have.
So we can talk about bringing that back to you for conversation and get into more specifics. And I think it would be worthwhile to have a conversation.
Hopefully we'll have the EOP sometime soon, Chief.
Well, so we're talking budget now. So, you know, let's have a conversation and then we can talk about where that fits. And then we can bring an update back to the council how that works.
Yeah, I'm just saying because I've been asked for this last year and nothing came back at all. So me just asking didn't go anywhere.
Well, it was included. It was part of the hazard mitigation discussion, and those efforts are still being put together and coordinated.
It's separate. I specifically asked for emergency roundtable discussion before last summer, and it never came back. So if I have to agendize something, I will.
That's fine. But again, the priorities of the council were established as a council. That was not one of them. And so that's why I'm suggesting if we want to have that conversation to go further as part of the goal setting session, we can absolutely do that.
So the recommendation I can hear is it's important, but we're going to have a goal setting session coming up soon.
Oh,
hopefully in the meantime, staff can
Absolutely.
work with staff to understand.
We don't want to shirk our responsibilities for public safety. And so I think we can sit down with the chiefs and talk about, you know, the specific concerns you have, and then going forward to expand that into something bigger. That's something that I think will absolutely fit very nicely into the conversation that we're talking about.
I just know because in the last year, a lot of things have shifted on the federal level and the state level that most cities aren't tracking about the requirements on putting together EOPs and community preparedness. And I just don't want to get caught with another LNU fire and we actually incur damage, then can't get reimbursement for it.
I'm happy to capitalize on all your experience with that, with our chiefs. We'll sit down and have a conversation.
Well, I'll wait for the goal setting session then.
Councilmember Wiley.
This is another shout out to the Public Works. So great job with everything that was going on, and on the city staff too, just to make sure that everything was taken care of in a timely manner. So thanks, good job with Public Works. And it's great to have the agreement with the fire department, and shout out to our team at the table with Ken and Jessica and Eddie and the fire team too. So we had a unanimous vote, so it's great that we have that completed. And The speaker tonight that did talk about the senior center also talked about the community pool idea or just a community center. And it is something that is needed on the east side of town. We have not a billion, but we have a lot of projects going, and we have more that came up tonight. But I just wanted to say that sounds like a great thing, and it has to start somewhere. So you said we would look at, talk about things. So it is a great idea. And the people on the east side don't have the amenities that we want. And so I just wanted to shout that out. So we talked about that earlier. And I would just ask that the city send out one more announcement or see what we can do to let people know about the Safe Routes to School deadline that's coming up, because we don't want people to miss the opportunity to give their input. And I think January 31st is the end of that. And so I think a lot of people are letting people know in their district, but people just need to hear the message. So we get a lot of applications for Safe Routes to School. That would be great. So that's my comments for tonight.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Okay, so I had to tie into Councilmember Silva's comments, but I got lost. But one of the things I'll make sure we can bring back things about a year ago, I made a mention of a company, a thing. What we want to do, like the comments made here by the family of this, by the possible battery park, we got to make sure things have a community benefit. Now, the solar parks, battery storage, if it's in our community, but the actual community sees no net benefit to it by a reduction of their utilities and their expenses, then you have to have other sweeteners like the sports complex. I mentioned it once before, about a year ago, and it kind of went away. I want to bring it back, and kind of one of Councilman Silva's comments sparked the oh yeah reminder. Every week I drive by a complex in Richmond, California, put on by CME. I mentioned a year ago about the opportunity for it to come back. That's a JPA, the way it works. I think we need to educate the community on like what Fairfield is doing, what they're doing in other parts. And that's something that we put in our community that every single resident in Vacaville will see a net benefit for. So example how it works, please, I'd love them to come to research that, kind of educate the community on what a JPA would do to actually have an actual benefit to every resident having a reduction in their costs of their utilities by solar. And the way that kind of works, I want to find ways to move Vacaville forward. The bio, the life sciences, mango, we're going the right direction. Let's keep going, but let's also find a way to utilize this technology to lower the cost of living for our residents. So I mentioned it before, so I don't want to get lost in translation. And I'd like for the opportunity for at least the community of Vacaville to see what our neighbors are doing in other places in the Bay Area and having their expenses reduced by utilizing a JPA with the city and a power utility source to kind of help them out. With inflation high and it's going to take a while to go down, I think people are really cognizant aware of expenses and bills and what can they do to kind of reshift, reallocate funds. But that's something we can do. We can plan accordingly for the future. I think letting them come take a exploratory look at our cities as we move the right direction. And Don Burris and his team, they're just killing it with bringing opportunities and really pushing back forward. I think we have a great opportunity to really just kind of be seen as a small, legitimate city that has really the pulse in the market. So let's bring things that don't just land swap. Here you go, use our land, and we get this net for. But what are the residents going to get every single month as a benefit of what we say yes to in this room? So I would like for them to at least have the opportunity or a competitor, as capitalism, to find out what that looks like, and let's make a decision. Let the community know that we had the wherewithal to give them an option. That's it.
Thank you. Just my final comments simply is thank you to staff. I mean, I know you work hard. I've been in that side of the council chambers, and it's a lot of work that goes in there. And there's probably, as I see now, there's a lot of ask comes from this side, a lot of energy, and it's really trying to put it all together and interpret it. But I just want to say thank you personally, at least from my position, stepped into retirement. I look forward to working with my colleagues up here on the council and with the city, and we all have the best interests in mind. And I think that's what's going to make this a good season of the council, is having good staff and good teamwork. So with that, I'm going to just step into the next item, which is closed session. But there's 3 items on closed session tonight. So before we go to that, I'm going to open it up for public comment. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. And I'm going to say goodnight, Vacaville. And we're going to move into closed session. There'll be nothing else to report.